My name is Derek Mellicker. I'm the president of America's Poker Tour. We have 9 players here at the final table. I know we missed a couple hands, some technical difficulties, but we're at it now. In the 1 seed, we have John Schrey with 668,000. That's what he started with, at least. Number 2 seed is Frank S. with 185,000. Seed 3 is Gregory Baird at 670,000. Seed 4 is Corey Hockman with 182,000. C5 is Gary Herstein with 211,000. C6 is James Snyder, 170,000. Seat 7 is Alan Cutler, 484,000. Seat 8 is Kevin Huntington, 508,000. And seat 9 is Daniel O'Connor with 326,000. So coming into this final table here, Gregory Baird with 670,000 was our chip leader. Just 2,000 ahead of John Schrey. So 2 big stacks at the table. And we're going to get right into the action here. The players just had their dinner break.
Yeah, I can hear you. There's just a couple hands where I can't see center folds.
They all went to the steakhouse. We actually filmed the steakhouse and their dinner. I believe it was Corey that offered to take a shot if everybody else at the final table would. I don't know if he got any takers. Alright, seat 6 is James, I believe. Yep, James has King 8 and folds. And we get to this seat 10, Daniel. Daniel looks down at deuce 3 and folds the small blind. We're here at Majestic Star Casino in beautiful Gary, Indiana. Right outside of Chicago. Short drive, short shuttle trip, as my camera guys found out this week. Don't get lost downtown 1 or 2 a.m. waiting for the shuttle, though. I heard some stories. And let's see here. The big blind is going to be... Not seeing it here. Let's see. Alright, so it's up to Gregory, 12,000 a call. He's got a 4-5 of hearts, suited connectors. We're going to have some guests come in the live stream booth here. Fred Bevel was unable to make it this weekend. We miss him, obviously, here at the tour, but he will be doing the post-production when we edit the show for this. Should air about 6 to 8 weeks from today. But we'll stick with the live stream right now. Alan folds the ace-6. Sitting pretty snug right now. John wakes up to pocket queens. He's got a stack of 631,000. And from the small blind, the queens are really well hidden. John's going to raise it up. John raises it up to 31,000. Is that correct? John raises it up to 31,000. So Frank has the 8-4 of clubs. He's kind of priced in with a 19,000, but correctly decides to fold. There's not much John could have done there to extract more value, I don't think. And that look on his face tells it all. He's like, I wish he had jacks there. Alright, I'm getting a lot of tweet messages here. Feel free to tweet me at America's Derek, that's D-E-R-E-K, on Twitter. I'm also responding to a lot of Alan Kessler texts and tweets. That's always fun. Alright, action's on the Corey here. Corey's a regular on the WPT circus. We're glad he came out. Folds the ace jack. Is that correct? Corey looks down to folds ace jack. And wow, Gary wakes up to pocket queens. How did Corey know? I don't think there was a raise already. Wow. Oh, 12,000 a call, so there must have been a raise. Yes, there was a raise. And Gary goes all in for 172,000. James folds the ace six. Alright, so Corey was early position there. I see why he folded the ace jack. That's marginal though. I would have played, but I'm not very good at tournaments. Frank's not playing the 7 deuce game. Gregory has king 9. Not great hands from an early raise, and correctly folds. So Corey's curious if he made the right laydown, and he's gonna see the queen. He's gonna feel happy about it. He's gonna put him on ace queen or pocket queens, and Gary just shows. He shows the pocket. I'm gonna stop looking at my phone. I don't want to deal with Twitter right now. Alan Kessler, the chainsaw. So they're talking about Fred right now, which is always fun. They're saying he comes in at the end, but yeah, he's usually here by now. He comes in Fridays, and we always get some segments in with him. Do miss him this weekend, but he'll be back for the next one. Maybe he had a Saved by the Bell cast reunion to go to. Yep, look it up. Google. Alan in the 7th seat. I only met him briefly today, but he was a character. So this could be an interesting final table with Alan at it. Daniel looks down at King Jack offsuit. He's in the hijack seat. Gregory. Is it Greg? Greg's up next. Frank? Well, Frank folds, yep. And Gregory folds a jack 3. It's on Corey, ace 6. He's suited and is actually, he's kind of priced in. 31,000. He's got 12,000 in already. But his stack is kind of short right now, 156. He needs to preserve those chips. It's either push or going to have a kind of one big hammer. So, I wonder what he's going to do here. There's a case for pretty much anything. Flat call, fold, or shove. And he shove. Or he folds. He's going to take it a little bit conservative and not get it in. We want to thank our friends here at the Majestic Star Casino for the hospitality this weekend. It was a lot of fun here. Great property. Great steakhouse. Steakhouse is amazing. We actually ate them out of burgers over the last few days. They literally have 0 burgers left because we ate so many. Players seem to be having a good time here at the final table. It's always fun when you get a chatty group of poker players for the final table. Makes for good TV as well. Alright, we got, let's see, we got Corey in the small blind and Gary Herstein in the big blind. And it folds all the way around. To the 1 seat, John from the button, I believe. Nope. 1 off the button. He's in the hijack seat. Frank's up, and Frank looks down at pocket queens. We've seen a lot of pocket queens just in his first few hands here. I decided to go back on Twitter Want to hear from everybody else. If anybody wants to tweet me, my Twitter name is America's Derek. There's no apostrophe because you can't do that on Twitter, but America's Derek, that's DEREK. I learned the Twitter game from my good friend James Larson. I know he's out there listening. Frank goes all in with pocket queens. He's got 151,000. Corey folds another ace correctly. Now it's up to John. John's already in for 31. It's 128 more to him. He folds. He folds the ace nine. They're playing the they're playing the show one game, which is probably beneficial for a pro like Corey.
You didn't get any bio sheets, did you?
Alright, so Allen is under the gun. He's got 5 deuce offsuit. Hasn't really seen much for cards yet, but it's looking to play, I'm sure. Daniel in the 9 seat has ace 4 and folds. John wakes up with ace queen offsuit. He's got 628,000 in his stack at the moment. Looks like he put out a raise. He raised it up to 32,000. And Frank has king jack suited. Definitely looks good. But facing a raise, we'll see how he's going to play this. Frank just smooth calls here with the king jack suited. James folds the ace 6. And we're heading to the flop. Oh wow, look at this flop. We have ace queen on a board of queen 6 deuce. 2 diamonds. So Frank's got a flush draw and he's got an over card. So he could hit any of the last 3 kings or a diamond to win. He's 46% still to win this hand. A lot of outs. So John bets 33,000 and you have to assume Frank's going to raise here. He's got 184,000. Yep, and he puts it all in the middle. That's going to be a call. Yep. And wow, 54-46 percentage. Frank has 46% chance to stay here in the tournament. Needs a diamond or a king. And the turn is going to be a 9. Doesn't change anything, doesn't add, actually does add it down. It adds a 10. It's 3 more 10s. And it's a 7 of clubs, so the ace queen is going to hold. And I believe that's a knockout, right? Yep, Frank is out in 9th place. I'm going to go check on the prize pool.
Hey, congratulations. Nice playing with you. Good luck to you next time.
There it is. We found the prize pool here. All right, so
Okay, Terminator, that's enough.
9th place is going to walk away with $4,857. That's Frank, correct? Yep, we lost Frank in the 2 seat. Got it in pretty good. Flush draw and an overcard. We couldn't hit, and he walks away with $4,857. Not bad. Not bad score for Frank. I don't have bio sheets on any players yet, so I'm gonna make up that Frank was from Bullhead City, Arizona. That is a lie. I'm making that up, but it sounds fun. All right, so Gregory has King 10 of spades. He's got one of the bigger chip stacks, so he's going to go ahead and Luis, our tournament director, announces that he's made a raise to 27,000. Luis and his team did a great job. And Gary has ace king offsuit and goes all in for 182,000. And it folds to Allen. Gregory can't call this. I don't think it's too big of a percentage of his stack. He knows he's probably not good. Gary's not pushing with nines or king 9 or queen 10, so Gregory should lay this down, but still, it's a good looking hand. It's king 10 of spades, and yep, he's gonna fold. Gary goes, go ahead and scoop that pot. Yeah, like I was saying, Luis and his team did amazing this event. I'm sure we'll see them again at another America's Poker Tour event down the road. So if you want to check out our schedule, feel free to go to americaspokertour.com. We're updating our schedule very often. We have a lot of things in the works, so keep an eye on it. And actually, one thing, one event that is on there that we're really looking forward to is the Cancun trip at Barcelona. The Barcelona Resorts. It's going to be a vacation package, really, and it comes with your main event buy-in. So go ahead and check that out. It's got a link on there. I thank our friends at Village Travel and Cruise here in Chicago for partnering with us on that adventure. It should be a good time. So John has Jack 10 offsuit. He raises it to 32,000. Gregory folds King Jack. It's a strong fold, but he just lost that last hand. He's gonna lick his wounds for a little bit. Folds around to James on the button. His ace-7. Stacking chips. Let's see what he does here. And he re-raises. He re-raises to, I believe, 76,000 total. And it's folded around. The 3-bet takes it down. Solid play with ace-7. He did have position. Maybe he just knew. He knew his hand was good. John has, where was it? Am I seeing the hands from the last hand? I believe I am. Alright, folds around to Corey. Corey has 8-9. looking to play. Grab some chips, pump fakes, and folds.
Stealing my button again.
James has pocket sevens and he raises to 30,000. Folds around to Kevin in the small blind. Folds. And James is going to win that pot. If you want some stories on the event here at Majestic Star Casino, check out our live updates page. We're lucky enough to have Dan Ross from Hold'em Radio with us this weekend. He's providing the news stories, chip updates, chip counts, and taking pictures. A lot of good stuff on there. Link of that is on the homepage of the website at americaspokertour.com.
They come back to you and they go, "Do you know they were lucky?" We'll see.
Looks like it's on Corey. Corey folds a 10-4. 8-6 of clubs, Gary folds. And that's why I'm not good at tournaments. I would have loved to play that. Better for cash games, maybe.
I've already got two.
John has king, queen, and takes down that pot. Or as Fred Bevel would say, mom and dad. His favorite hand. We had a lot of familiar faces here at Majestic Star Casino past week. Steve Fox was out. Call him Foxy. Great guy. Great laugh. He's always laughing. Love Foxy. We had Craig Casino, the all-time money winner, I believe, for Heartland Poker Tour. Thanks to him for coming out. Roger Campbell, Roger Martin, Stan Jablonski also made the trip. Eddie O'Shaughnessy. O'Shaughnessy? I'm not saying that right, but if you know poker, you know who I'm talking about. Made the trip. Alan looks down, he has ace-6 of spades. He raises it to 27,000. Gregory looks down, he's got ace-8 of hearts from the big blind. It's only 15,000 more to call, and he makes a call. And we'll see a flop here. I think Mike Postel, also for making the trip, came up from California. Oh, this is an action flop as well. We have ace-6 on a board of 6-4-3 against the flush draw. An overcard of an 8 for Gregory. Again, one of those, 56, 44%, almost a coin flip. So Gregory's going to bet, or actually Alan bet. Alan bet his ace-6, top pair with ace kicker. It's a tough board though. It's very connected, 2 hearts. Alan bets 50. And Gregory raises it to 125,000. So Alan's got ace-6. His stack's 220,000. So this would represent a big portion of his chip stack to make the call. And it's tough. He pretty much has to decide what he puts his opponent on. Does his opponent have just 2 overcards like king, queen, making a play? It's very unlikely that they have 2 pair or hit a straight. Or he could be facing an overpair. But it's none of those. It's the flush draw. Alan's gonna go ahead and fold. And he had the best hand at the moment. A lot of outs to fade, and that would have essentially been for his tournament life. I don't mind the fold. I think it's a solid fold. You can pick a better spot.
Like that check raise, Greg. I'm gonna put that in the bank and remember that one.
We also just came from Sarasota, Florida at the Sarasota Kennel Club. Pretty awesome event there. Ryan Carter and his team put on a great show. And our champion was John Racer out of the Tampa area. John's a great guy, great final table. Vanessa Russo made the trip. It's all around fun time. Folds around to Allen with 8-7 of hearts, makes a fold. Daniel has ace-9. And he's going to go ahead and raise. He raises it up to 31,000. That seems to be the standard raise at this table. The players have decided they're all going to raise just to 31,000. Gregory folds from the small blind, and Corey looks down with 10-9. He folds. He looks like he's been itching to play, but go ahead and fold. Hit 10-9 and move on to the next hand.
Do you know when the next break is?
What's the blind right now?
Players got about 4 minutes left in the level.
What's blinds?
6, 12, 2.
Okay. Blinds are 6,000, 12,000 with a 2,000 ante. This is hand number 16. I just saw that graphic at the top of the screen. That's pretty cool. Folds around. Kevin looks down at 8-5. Thinks about it and folds.
I need to get a re-chip count. One of the early hands screwed us up slightly.
Alright, so Corey has, let's see here. I don't know if we've got it yet. Yep, we do have it. Gregory raises it to 27,000 with 6-4 of clubs. Corey has ace-4 of diamonds. But it's 21,000 to call. He's in the small blind. 21,000 to call, and his stack's only 114,000. He goes all in. He's gonna go ahead and push. Wow, correct read by Corey. Hands fold around, and Corey's gonna take his first pot. And he shows the 4 of diamonds. He wanted people to think he does not have a good hand. Everybody's saying good bet because they don't think he has an ace, but I guess he could have had anything. Could have had pocket 4s.
Yeah, one of the early hands put it off. So everyone's off by a little bit, especially Alan seems to be off by a point right now. From there was an early hand that I couldn't see. Yeah, when the end of the level, it'll take a minute and then we'll.
And John C1 has king 7 of hearts. He folds. John folds. Gregory folds. Corey has 3-4. He's on the button though. I mean, this is probably where he should have, if he showed the ace, the last hand, he might think about betting at this, just representing. But he showed the 4. I think he's probably thinking the same thing. Like, I should have showed that ace. Picked up the blinds and antes. Gary has king 5s in the small blind. Only cost him 6,000 a call, but he's gonna raise it up to 31,000. James has 10-8 of clubs. Suited connectors, 19,000 for him to call. So there's a call, and looks like we got a flop of 10 Jack 4, and James has hit his 10. There's an overcard with a Jack. James bets. Gary folds. For a list of upcoming events, check out americaspokertour.com. You can also hit us up on Twitter and Facebook. Twitter is America's Poker TV because they wouldn't let us put the whole amount of letters in there. And on Facebook as well. Check out America's Poker Tour. We have an Instagram page. Looks like it's on Daniel here. He's got pocket 8s. Raises it up to, I'm guessing 31. Yep, 31,000. Gregory looks down at ace 6 of hearts. He is has a pretty big chip stack here. Might be thinking about splashing around, but decides to lay it down. Corey looks down at Jack 9. And folds. James in the small blind folds. Oh, and Alan calls. Looks like Alan's got king jack. He's gonna go ahead and call the bet from Daniel with pocket 8s. And the flop is queen 10 deuce. So Alan's got an open-ended straight draw. Daniel's got the pocket 8s, which is it's not one of the outs, but Daniel's gonna go ahead and bet. He's gonna bet 45,000 on his pocket 8s, and Alan makes a call, and he hits his card. Actually, he's got the stone cold nuts right now. 9 makes him a straight, and he's gonna check it. Daniel checks back. And that's even scarier for Daniel now. King of clubs on the river. Alan's going to go ahead and bet 82,000. It's going to be hard for Daniel to call this. He's going to have to lay it down. He's only got 185,000 left. The board did not run out very well. And Alan lets him pick one, and either one he picks is going to have Daniel beat, so he's going to know he made a good fold. Luis is counting out the chips. He's going to do a quick chip count, so we're all set here in the back. Players are going to take a quick 1 or 2 minute break.
What a fucking first hand, dude.
And this is the internet, so they're swearing. We're here on a 30-minute delay. Streaming on YouTube Live.
Literally, I put the Rays out. In my mind, I thought it was like 30 or like 32, and then she was like 45 or so. I was like, what? Like, no.
And we'll take a quick break here while we do the chip counts. We're going to have a word from our sponsors.
Poker play. Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker. Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour. Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour. Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour. Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour has up with Village. Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour has teamed up with Village.
Cards are back in the air. Here at Majestic Star Casino. My mic stand is broken. I'd like to thank Fred Bevel for that. Goose says thanks. Folds around to Corey. He's got 10-8. And sorry about that. The microphone fell down because it is broken. Alan calls. Kevin checks the big blind. Alan makes a warning. Just gonna go check, check. A 9 of clubs on the turn. Doesn't change a thing. folds, and Allen's going to take down that pot. Blinds are up. They're now 8,000, 16,000 with the 2,000 ante. The button's going to be Allen. We got Kevin in the small blind, Daniel in the big blind. We had updated chip counts as of 2 hands ago. John in the 1 seed has 846,000. That's up from 668 to start. We got Gregory Baird in the 3 seed at 739,000. Corey Hockman is at 171,000. Gary Herstein, 184,000. James Snyder, 560,000. Allen is going to have 466. The 8 seed Kevin is 253. And Daniel O'Connor has 185,000. So a few big chip stacks, a few small, and a couple in the middle. 8 players left here at Majestic Star Casino. Looks like James bet from the cutoffs. He raised and got the blinds to fold, and he's going to take down that pot with a 6-3. It's a good play. The winner here at Majestic Star Casino is going to walk away with $43,713. And of course our championship package, which is a cruise for 2 to the Southern Caribbean. It's an 11-day cruise. Looking forward to going to that. I might buy an outfit for each day. I think getting an outfit each day to wear on the cruise would be fun. I think that's a good time. Buy some pineapple. Be a good time. We have to thank our friends at Car Player Cruises for partnering with us for that. If you're looking to book that cruise, just go to our website, americaspokertour.com. Click on events and find the cruise, and you can book your room right through there. All right. Daniel is going to, what's the action here? Daniel raised, or James raised. Daniel pushes all in with 163,000. It's 128,000 to James. He's already put in 35. He's got pocket 4s. This is a tough one. He's considering this. He knows that at the best he's a coin flip. At the best he's got, Daniel has 2 overs. It really doesn't matter which ones they are. It could be king, queen, ace, jack. Either way, he's a slight favorite with the pocket 4s. And he also could be facing an overpair, in which he would be 20%. So I think he's going to lay this down unless he just wants to gamble, make a play. He's got 559,000, so this is a good percentage of his stack, but even if he lost, he'd still have a decent stack moving forward. Is the audio going for sure? I haven't heard any complaints on the live stream.
What's that?
Is the audio going for sure? I haven't heard any complaints on Twitter.
Just a little bit. Just like you're quiet.
Okay. Well, I don't want to talk too loud. Could turn it up. Is the players going through?
From here to
That's it? Should we turn it up a little bit? Can they hear it on the live stream? Okay. Okay. James can go ahead and fold that. Daniel scoops the pot. Blinds at 8,000, 16,000. 2,000 Annie. Got Daniel on the button. John and Gregory in the blinds. My producer just came in and told me I was talking quiet. I'm seeing this in real time. Everybody else is on a 30-minute delay. I'm trying not to talk too loud. I don't want the players to hear what their opponent has. That wouldn't be fun. Of course, you can go ahead and look down at a Jack-9 folds. James folds. Allen folds 8-9 of hearts. He's not playing many pseudo connectors here at the final table. All right, we have a call from the small blind with John with Jack-9. Who checks his option with King-8. And each player picks up a pair. Gregory has a kings, John has jacks. Both are probably feeling pretty good. It's hard to put Gregory on a king here, since he did not raise his blind. John bets 18,000. Gregory calls. Go to the turn. Turn is a 4 of spades, and that actually hurts John quite a bit. John now cannot hit a 9 to win, as Gregory would still have 2 pair, kings and 4s. 10 of diamonds. It's probably going to go check, check. John might think he's ahead in value bet. He's going to get called. John bets. I believe it's 27,000. These are our 2 big chip sacks at the final table, and Gregory's going to call, and he's going to win this pot. Is it 37? Okay. That was Luis in the background right there. Great guy. Ran a heck of a tournament here at Majestic Star Casino. All right, we have John on is the button here. Gregory and Corey are going to be the blinds. Corey not in his infamous blue hoodie. I think he wore it yesterday, so it might have been laundry day. If you look up Corey Hockman, you'll most likely see a picture with a blue hoodie. Again, we'd like to thank our friend Dan Ross with Hold'em Radio for providing the live updates this weekend. He just posted a picture, I believe, to Twitter of the final table. Everybody's looking really good. He's got a link to the live stream and the live updates page as well. Looks like Gregory raised and wins the pot. Checking out Twitter here. Looks like Corey has some followers keeping an eye on him. Jeanette Mendez is rooting for him. There's somebody that's confused on what a dealer add-on is. You're gonna have to check out Wikipedia. We also had a couple players in the field. This actually started last week. We were in Sarasota, Florida at the Sarasota Kennel Club, and both Stan Jablonski, a notable WPT player and friend of the tour as well, offered up 10% of his action to a lucky winner that would retweet his tweet and like both America's Poker Tour page, which is America's Poker TV on Twitter, and of course his own Twitter account, and they would win 10% of anything he won. Ended up cashing 11,000, I believe, about 17th place, 11,000 for a payout of 1,100. I'm gonna find that person's name. She's on the Twitter page, but she just received a check for 1,100, basically just for retweeting us. Vanessa Russo, big thanks to her. She came out to Sarasota and offered up 5% of her action as well. That giving nature flowed over here to Majestic Star Casino in Gary, Indiana, where Stan again offered up 10% of anything he would win for those retweets and likes. And also Craig Casino, all-time money winner of Heartland Poker Tour, played the event and did the same thing. Unfortunately, both of those guys did not cash, so there was no winner this event, but I'm sure those guys will continue to keep doing that, and it's kind of a fun little thing. You can have a piece of somebody that's playing a big tournament. So Corey looks down here at pocket deuces. He's on the button. Lines are 8 and 16,000, 2K ante. So there's 16 antes. Let's see, 1632, 40,000 in the pot already, I believe. Corey's got a stack of 133,000. I mean, to win this would basically add 30% to his stack. I mean, he's got to push and just hope everybody folds, otherwise he's in coin flip. It's tough. He's going to go ahead and raise. I don't think he wants it. He definitely doesn't want action, even with 2 overcards. We're going to see what James has here. James has 6-4. Or James has 10-9. I take that back. James has 10-9. He's thinking about it. He's got 535,000. It's 94 to call. There's the dead money in the pot. But he's gonna go ahead and fold. Corey's asking if he has to show. He's trying to establish a table image here, I think. They're gonna see it too. And James says, "Wow." James thinks you got nothing. Corey's wearing our America's Poker Tour patch. I've seen him wear that a few other bigger tournaments as well. We appreciate that. Thanks for the support, Corey. Let's go back on Twitter here. Again, my Twitter handle is America's Derek, Derek. Go ahead and tweet me. Basically anything. Question you have about the tour, what we're doing, what kind of shows we're gonna create. If you have any suggestions, we're always up for hearing those. Kevin in the 8 seat has pocket jacks. He's under the gun as pocket jacks. Raise it up to 16. No, he calls 16,000. He calls a big line under the gun with jacks. It's tough to play jacks. So Alan checks his option with 8-6. See, not betting the jacks. He would have got everybody fold. Well, that's a pretty good flop for jacks. King, queen, jack. Kevin hits a set of jacks. Obviously straights are out there, but I believe Kevin, all he had to do was reach for chips, and Alan folds. We'll see if he uses that later. Just the pump fake on the reach to the chips. See if he can get another fold. Still dealing with a broken microphone here, so we apologize if the sound is a little muffled. Speaking of broken microphone, give a shout out to Fred Bevel, our host for America's Poker Tour. He's in Fargo, North Dakota, I believe, today. Fred also does stand-up comedy on a lot of cruise ships around the world. So if you haven't seen his live stand-up act, make sure you check that out. Corey has 6-3. He's pondering a position raise here from the hijack seat, but gives it up. Folds to James. James on the button is going to raise with position. He leads it up to 36,000. Alan's got king, queen offsuit. Mom and dad is Fred Bevel would like to say his favorite hand. If you're ever at a cash game with Fred Bevel and he says, I have my favorite hand, it's king, queen. He never lies. He never tries to trick anybody with it either. Alright, so flop is jack 8-9 with 2 clubs. James has a flush draw. Alan has a gutter ball straight shot, and 2 overcards. A 10 would make him a straight. This has 6 outs with a king or queen. James is going to, actually Alan bets 56,000. James makes the call. It's an ace, which is going to scare both players. Alan checks. James is probably going to check here, take his free card. Or no, he reaches for chips. Maybe he's going to represent that ace. And he does make the bet. He puts out a bet of 68,000. Alan says he does not like the ace. He thought I killed his 2 overcards as well. Somebody just requested a new dealer, one of the players. Can't decide which one. I like it when players think that the dealers somehow have influence on the cards. Like, why would they give that other person the straight when I had 2 pair? How is it possible? I'm pretty sure the dealers cannot influence the game. I don't know. Maybe they can. I don't know. It's magic. Whenever I'm playing cash, I always tip the dealers really well, just in case there is like a little bit of dealer karma out there. And I think there is, because I've been running pretty good lately. Gary looks like he raised it up to 35,000 from the hijack seat with Jack 10. Fold, fold, fold. And it's on Daniel in the big blind for the decision. How do we get back to the other screen? How do we get back to the other screen? All right, we're on to the next hand here. Get some technical difficulties. Corey looks down. He has an ace-10 of spades. Corey is in early position, I believe. I think he's under the gun +1. And he folds the ace-10. I think he assumed that he had to raise, and any callers he would have him beat. I think I would still bet that. See, that's why I play the cash games, and Corey is a $3 to $5 million lifetime winner in tournaments. I'm gonna look it up on Hendon Mob right now. We report all of our results to Hendon Mob. Sometimes not as fast as the Kesslers of the world would like. 12 hours is not fast enough. Yeah, looks like Daniel's going to take that down with pocket fives. Increase his stack by about, 30% there. Oh, okay. Alright, folds around to Gary. Gary looks down. Look at this, Gary, yep. Gary folds, James folds. Alan looks down at pocket jacks, I believe. Yep, pocket jacks from the 7 seat. Stacks up some chips. He's going to make a bet of 38,000. Daniel on the button, actually. Although small blind, Daniel on the button has king queen. We all know that the nickname for that hand, Mom and Dad. He decides to fold. It's probably a good fold from with a mid-position raise. Alan hasn't played too many hands. He's a talkative player, but has not played a lot of hands. John has ace-10 offsuit from the small blind. He makes the call of 38,000. Gregory folds, and we're gonna go see a flop here. And the flop is Jack 9 deuce with 2 hearts. Allen has flop top set. Allen stacks up some chips. He doesn't have to bet, but not checking there would look really strong. A continuation bet is standard at that point. So he's gonna go ahead and bet 42,000. Maybe hoping John thinks he has just ace queen or ace 10. Now he's wishing he would have checked it. Gets no action. Still gonna win that pot though. Pot of 68,000. But actually, he's up 68,000 on that one. Allen's blaming the dealer again. I don't think I've ever asked for a wash in poker. I love it when people say, well, can we wash the deck? I'm not sure that does anything. So James has pocket aces here. He raises it up to 34,000. Allen folds. And Kevin goes all in. From the hijack seat, he's got ace queen offsuit, and he's not going to like what he hears when it folds around to James. And of course, James makes the call, and he's going to be a huge favorite to. Does he have him covered? To knock Kevin out of the tournament here. Kevin's got a 7% chance to stay alive in this tournament. He's going to need some help. And an ace right there in the window. It's not over yet. 4-5 for the chop. Maybe a joker or an instruction card for a misdeal. And the king's going to make it over. We have our 8th place finisher. There goes the mic again. It's always fun. Thank you, Fred Bevel. Which one was there, Kevin? Lines are still 8,000, 16,000, 2K Annie. Dealer's going to be Gregory, Corey and Gary in the blinds. There's a player, yep. James has Jack 4. Probably not going to play this hand. I believe the players are asking for the payouts. Wondering what they're playing for here. Okay. So Allen's basically telling the strategy here of how he plays when the pay bump's about to happen. Unless that's an angle. Trying to use that later. Or maybe just remind players of the money that they're playing for. Maybe get them to tighten up a little bit.
As soon as the bubble broke, I was having the time of my life.
Again, my Twitter is America's Derek. It's spelled D-E-R-E-K. Go ahead and tweet me. I'm sure James Larson is watching or watching and listening. He's always good for some funny jokes. I remember he would just make up stuff. He'd be like, I got a tweet from Bob in Sacramento. Bob asks, why is coffee hot? Corey's going to go ahead and raise from the button and wins the pot. Actually, he raised from the small blind, I believe. Yep. Takes it down. Alan wants to show face up every time. It could be interesting. I like the show one rule. It's good for TV. Gets people to play a little bit different sometimes. I'd like to give a shout out to Jeremy Smith, tournament director for Heartland Poker Tour. Came out and played the event, did really well, cashed. I believe he got about 14th, 15th place. 12th, got 12th apparently. Did really well. Great guy. Big thanks to him. Hopefully I'll get out and play some of his events as well. We're good friends with the Heartland Poker Tour. They actually have an event coming up, I believe, in a couple weeks over at Ameristar East Chicago. Over here we got Luis. Actually, Luis is one of Jeremy's right-hand men. He's a great tournament director as well, puts on a great event. Glad he can make it out. Gary folds from the small blind, and Gary raised from the small blind, and James folds. Gary's gonna pick that up. Gary's getting a little short stack. He's got 184,000. Just over 10 big blinds, so that was a good bump for him. Alright, so 8th place that we just lost there, Kevin Huntington took home 5,000. Numbers are tough sometimes. I need an Excel spreadsheet. $5,748 for 8th place finish. Next price bump is going to be $6,557, and first place is walking away with $43,713 here at Majestic Star Casino, beautiful Gary, Indiana. Short drive from downtown Chicago. John raises it up from under the gun +1 to 37,000 with pocket nines, and Gary goes all in from the button with pocket queens. Looks like, so Gary goes all in for 182. I believe John calls. Is that a call? It's a chip count, all right. That's what that is. Yeah, because he's trying to get from that. Like, we need to somehow get that in on the next break or something. All right, John makes a call. He's got pocket nines. He's going to be a big dog here in this hand. Ooh, that's an interesting flop. Ace, queen, jack So Gary's got a pocket queens, but John has a flush draw, and he's gonna need a club that's not a 6. And he got it, but it is the 6 of clubs, and Gary's still gonna win with a full house. That is the one club that he did not want to see, and Gary's gonna double up. I don't know, like, is it,
It's coming out. It's just not some input's not going on here. See, it's not bouncing,
like, that's nothing, right? That's
I'm
just
not
watching.
familiar with the live stream stuff, so
When's the next break? Do you know?
it's at 120, like about 20 minutes.
Okay. I mean, I think you should be doing this like if you or Nolan could direct, just like do the clicking.
I just don't know how it works to be messing with it.
Yeah, I think you should be doing this. So yeah, we don't want it to stop. It's better with just that mic. Alright, so we've just been told that our player mics are not coming through on the live stream. Sorry about that. And they've been having some good conversation too, which is tough. So we're gonna try a couple things. We're gonna turn up the volume on our ancillary monitor here and get our technical wizard on it. In the meantime, you get to listen to me. So under the gun, John has King Jack of clubs. Blinds are 8 and 16,000. John makes it 36,000 to go. And Alan's going to call with Ace Jack from the small blind. He has put in another 28,000 to make that call. Remember, if you do tweet me, America's Derek, on Twitter, DEREK, America's Derek, it'll take me about 30 minutes to respond. Because I'll get it in real time, but I'll have to send it on the live stream. So, about 30-minute delay on the response. Flop is Queen Jack Deuce, 2 spades. Each player has a pair. Alan has the best kicker. The turn is an 8 of clubs, which gives John a flush draw. Alan bets 45,000 correctly. He's got the best hand at the moment, but John has a lot of outs. Any king, any club. And there it is, the 4 of clubs. And that's going to be hard to put John on a flush here because it did go club. Alan checks the Ace Jack, second pair with best kicker, and John bets. Alan immediately grabs his chips like he's going to call. Holds up, decides to think about it a little bit. There's 269,000 in the pot. John bets 77,000. Alan's going to make that call and learn the bad news that he had it up until that river.
Oh, he's got clubs. Yeah. I knew he had a Jack King. I didn't know that
Alan Alan says, I knew he had Jack King. But yeah, the clubs were really hidden there.
Jack King. I didn't know they were clubs.
Looks like the blinds are up. 10,000, 20,000 of the blinds. 3,000 and 10, 20. 10,000, 20. 3K. Yep, 10,000, 20,000 of blinds, 3K ante. Button is going to be Alan, Daniel, and John are the blinds. Looks like we had a dealer change here. And Alan blames the dealer again, apparently. The dealer did that. Which always surprised me. I think Alan's just trying to goof around. I don't think he actually thinks that the dealer had something to do with that. You never know, though. Check us out on Facebook. Just search for America's Poker Tour. On Twitter as America's Poker TV. Folds around to James in the cutoff. Looks like James raised to 50,000, and John is going to give him some credit and fold the ace-9 of clubs. It's a strong play from James there. Adds to his chip stack. Again, the blinds are 10,000, 20,000 with a 3K ante. Daniel is the button. John and Gregory in the blinds. Corey's going to be under the gun here. Looks down at 8-7. Goes ahead and folds. James has pocket sixes here. Actually, that's... Yeah, he does. Pocket sixes. James is one of the bigger stacks here at the final table. Raise it up to 45,000. And it folds around to Gregory, who has ace-6 of hearts. He's another big stack at the table, so he's gonna call the 45,000. We're gonna see a flop here. Flop is King, Jack, Deuce, 2 clubs. Gregory checks and James checks. Not a great flop for either player. The King of Spades pairs the board, so James doesn't really change anything. If James thought he had the best hand on the flop, he's gonna bet out here. When it goes check check, I think betting is probably the optimal play here. And Gregory might think he has the best hand. Ace high could be good here, but he's going to go ahead and fold it, and James takes down that pot. So Allen's in the hijack seat. He's got ace queen offsuit here. Raises it up to 50,000. Daniel looks down at pocket sevens. Doesn't look too happy that he's already facing a raise. And he decides to go all in. He pushes all in. He's got 220,000. So he couldn't really call there and have enough to play. Pushes all in. John actually has the best hand here. Wakes up with pocket nines. It's a tough position. He's already facing a raise or a bet and a raise. Pocket nines shrink up pretty fast. Daniel's all in here for 220,000, and Allen has about the same amount. It's a little bit more. John folds. John folds pocket nines. Now Allen already has 50,000 in here. It's 170,000 more to call, and that's about all of his chip stack. And he puts it in. He's gonna go ahead and put it in. It's gonna be a coin flip. 64s must have some dead cards, dead outs, but yeah, the dealer straightens up the cards. We're gonna head to the flop. One of these players is going to be left with just 23,000 in chips. A queen right there. Daniel does have a 7 to win this pot sale, or flush or space pay for flush, but it's a 6, and that's going to fill up. Nope, that's not a full house. It's ooh. Well, he needed a red 7, so I don't know why the 4 of spades were so interesting, but ace queen is going to win this with 2 pair. And Daniel's going to lead in. Allen was thinking that he had 0 outs. Either way, he wins the pot. He's got ace queen. And Daniel's going to walk away in 7th place. So Daniel O'Connor walking away in 7th place with 6,557. Is there a mute on that? Yeah, that's fine. What are you doing out there? I'm not sure. I don't think we're having a break right now. Wait, what are we doing?
We got a bad card.
Okay. We just popped his head in, said we had a bad card. We're going to change that out real quick. But in the meantime, here's a word from our sponsor.
Poker players. Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker.
Okay. Yeah, the audio's a little tough, but okay. Let's see. Are we back in the action? Hate to cut off that video here, but we're back to the action. We have blinds of 10,000, 20,000, 3K ante. Gregory on the button. Folds around to Gregory. He has. Gregory had ace king, must have raised there. From the button, actually. Really good hand. And he takes down the blinds. But our director's going to show us the flop screen.
You know what they say, James? Coach will help us.
There we go. Now we have a player. Alan in the 7th seat. And we're actually joined right now by our newly formed poker ambassador for America's Poker Tour, Marvin Carlins. Am I saying that correctly?
Absolutely.
All right. That's awesome. Also known as Duckman. Is that correct?
That's right. That's right.
What's your Twitter again? Twitter handle?
The Duckman 22.
There you go. The Duckman 22.
It's been a fantastic tournament all the way through.
You played this tournament, didn't you?
Yep.
What,
Got to the final day too, and it was out in 15 minutes.
Oh, well.
Some real good players out there.
Yeah, the Chicago market is known for a lot of great players. Looks like James gets a walk in the big blind.
That's always nice. We always say if you can fold your laundry, you can fold your hand.
There you go. You've been very active on Twitter lately. If you guys are out there on Twitter, make sure you check out the Duckman22. But we've also been retweeting him a lot. My Twitter is America's Derek. Feel free to tweet us. I actually just did get a tweet that our audio's low. We're working on getting the players' mics back up and running. We'll try to speak a little bit louder here as well. So Marvin, you're in the Tampa area, right?
Yes,
Where
that's
do
right.
you usually play when you're out there?
Play a lot of the Hard Rock
Okay.
tournaments, and I'm going to tell you they're big tournaments. But I'll tell you, this one has been run excellently. I've never seen a tournament where they actually take the final table out to dinner. I mean,
yeah.
that's really nice.
That was fun. Yeah, we took the final 9 out to the steakhouse. Got some good footage of them. Corey, I was telling everybody earlier, Corey was offering to buy shots for everybody if everybody would take them. So
They took a lot of shots at me today and won.
there you go. Yeah. Well,
The duck man got collared. He got shot.
the Duckman also came and played our Sarasota event at Sarasota Kennel Club in One Eye Jack's Poker Room. Just a couple weeks ago, we came straight from there. It was another $1,100 event. Great turnout, and a Tampa pro actually. John Racer ended up winning. Great guy. But how'd that event go for you?
Not as well as this one. I didn't make day 2, but again, you know, a big part of poker to me is the players and the ambiance, and a tournament like this is just so wonderful. That's the reason I'm really proud to be the ambassador, because you guys do a great job, and the players really appreciate it.
We appreciate that, Marvin. That's one thing we're trying to do is kind of make things different. We're learning. We're growing as a poker tour and brand. We're definitely glad to have you on board. Kind of give us that player's perspective on a lot of those things. What's that? Oh, we got a clock called. Looks like Gary, I believe, called the clock on Corey. In his early position, he didn't really give him a lot of time there. What do you think of that?
Yeah, it's pretty quick.
That was, I mean, we were talking for a little
He's
bit.
in for his lifetime decision here.
Yeah, it's 20,000 a call. Blinds are 10 and 20. There's already
He's all
about 50,000 in the 55,000. So if he wins this, he's adding 35% to his stack. I think you almost have to push, don't you?
Yeah, I agree. When you're that committed.
James looks down. He has ace 5. And it looks like Corey raised it to 110,000 and left a few chips in his stack. I've seen this before. Most time it's on accident. They'll leave a chip protector out, and we'll put that in. But it looks like he did this one on purpose. Have you ever done that? Like to almost like just be able to throw those last few out? After
Actually,
the
my
flop?
problem is I throw them out all too quick.
There you go.
Corey's in great shape here. Oh, we got the 5. Pick the 5
Nope.
up.
James spikes his
that?
5.
Oh,
Yeah, so
man,
Corey's gonna have to hit his jack.
yeah, lightning in a
or
bottle,
go-
as we say.
Or go runner. He's gonna see the bad news. He got it in good. He was a good 70-30% chance to win, but now he's looking
Yeah,
at
get the
catching.
5 to stay alive, man. I'll tell you, that's amazing.
Yeah, he's looking at one of the last 3 jacks. 8 changes nothing. Doesn't pick up any more outs. He's got 3 outs to stay in the tournament. And it's a king. It's paint, but it's a king. Corey Hockman is out in 6th place. Corey played a great tournament. We appreciate him and his wife. I believe flew in from overseas somewhere. Came back.
Yeah, they were in Beijing for a while.
Beijing. There you
yeah,
go. I was
yeah,
thinking China.
Yeah,
But
probably a little jet lag there, but he put up a good fight.
they played very well. Great people. And I hope we see him again at another America's Poker Tour stop. So 6th place, Corey walks away with 7,448,000. Next bump is going to be up to over 9,000. And of course, first place walking away with $43,713.
And a heck of a good time.
There we go. Yes, we're always trying to have fun here at the tour.
It's It's one of the friendliest things I've ever seen. It's just
We like to say that the circus is coming to town. We try to have fun. We like to hang out with the players, talk to everybody. Everybody's really friendly. All of the people that aren't friendly are usually on Twitter and not at the tournaments.
oh, you got a good spread of people too. It's a very interesting demographic.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of amateur players. You can qualify in for 250 qualifiers. There's also $60 qualifiers into those 250s, where 20% advance in the main event. So you get a lot of amateur players, but you also get those Chicago pros, and obviously yourself flew in for this. No pun intended with the duck man flying in.
I quacked up.
Yeah, I noticed that during the event, I would hear like a duck call. Do you
Yeah.
have like a duck call, or do you
Yeah.
just do that with your hand?
No, I have a duck caller.
Okay.
Yeah.
And is that like every time you win a pot, or
If I have deuces, if I have pocket
you
deuces,
have pocket deuces?
Yeah.
Okay.
and win with them.
And you got to win with them. All
yeah,
right.
yeah. There's some high flyers here, I'll tell you.
Nolan? Again, we're seeing the flop shot here, but there we go. Director puts it on the players. Lines are 10,000, 20,000 with a 3K ante.
Now with the money jumping up so high, they're going to start watching now. It's going to be a lot more important for them to watch their stacks.
Yeah, we've noticed actually a lot of solid folds. People are playing tight. Just as I say that, we had James raising up with with Queen 10 offsuit. He does have the big stack though at 1.1 million. And John is going to call from the small blind with King 10. In the big blind, Gregory wakes up with a really good hand as well. Ace 8.
Some lightning here, possible.
He makes the call, and we're going to go to a flop. Flop is 10-5-5, and that could be an interesting. This could be an interesting hand. Both John and James have hit top pair with decent kickers. Looks like James let out, or went check jack, and then James bets 93,000 to John. And you assume he's going to make a call here. He's got a pretty big chip stack as well.
Yeah, it was one of those defining moments.
It says James has outs, but James has the queen. I don't know why they're showing him as the ace having outs. Oh, the ace would give him the same kicker. I get it. But it comes 6 Jack, and John's king kicker is gonna hold. Goes check, and John's gonna take down that pot. I think that Jack kind of kills some action.
Yeah.
Overcard to the board.
It's good to be Johnny, huh?
It's a pretty decent sized spot though. 200,000, 25% of his stack. And actually, John, I believe, told our reporter that he doesn't really play Hold'em. He's a PLO player.
Really?
Yeah, he decided to come out, hang out with everybody here at America's Poker Tour, and decided to play the event. And now he's at the final table with one of the bigger chip stacks.
Part of those chips were mine.
Is that who busted you?
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, wow.
I had 10s, and he had he beat me on them. Ace King versus 10s.
Yeah. Players are playing on our custom America's Poker Tour RFID table, which is the reason we're able to see the hole cards here on a 30-minute delay. I want to thank Brian Knott with Off Tilt Poker for helping us build that table. John's going to raise it up on the button with Ace King to 48,000. And Gary in the big blind has Ace 4 of clubs. So what would you do here, Duck, man?
Well, there's very few people at the table. Usually an Ace 4 is a pretty good hand, but that Ace King's a
it's
powerful hand. It's small. There's a small number of players left.
It's 6-handed, and he raised from the button. It looks like a position raise. Ace King is kind of hidden here. It's very well disguised. Ace 4 could very easily be the best hand at this point.
He's definitely concerned about his kicker.
I think he's just going to call here. Well, now wow. He kind of gave away the strength of his hand there, didn't he? Like, he made a lot of movements and noises, and then, so you know he doesn't have like aces at this point.
Some of these reverse tells are pretty difficult to pick up.
True, yeah. I mean, he looked like he was going to fold, but so I think John's going to feel really comfortable with his hand. Yep, he goes ahead and pushes all in. Gary had bet 51,000. John is all in. Now Gary's in a tough spot. He's already has, I'd say about 60,000, 70,000 in the pot, and he's got 244,000 left in his stack.
Yeah, that was a good fold.
And he makes a correct fold, and John's gonna show him. He said he saw the ace when Gary was folding, so he knew he had him out kicked. So where do you go from here, Marvin? Are you flying out tomorrow?
Yeah.
Are you heading back? You're a professor, right? Is that correct?
Yeah.
What do you teach?
I teach management over at University of South Florida in Tampa.
Okay, very cool.
Yeah, I love you guys. So really glad.
How long you been doing that for?
What?
Oh,
50 years.
50
51 years.
wow.
51 years actually. Started teaching in '66.
And I believe you have a book out, and you're also writing another one?
Yeah, we wrote about a book on tells called Read 'em and Reap. FBI guy and myself and Phil Helmuth. I'm going to have a book out on my poker adventures this summer.
When is that going to be out?
I'll be right after the World Series.
Okay, you're going to like write it as you're playing?
Yeah.
Okay. It's interesting. Folds around to Gary in the small blind, looks down at King 7. Pushes all in. Wow.
Yeah.
And James has Ace 3, but he's facing a pretty big overbet.
Yeah.
he doesn't
a
really
weak
take
kicker.
much time to think about it. Just he would have the best hand, but it's too big of a bet, and Gary's gonna take that one down.
Shows the aggressive style of Hold'em. So.
I'd like to thank Anthony Holman and Dan Condi, poker manager and table games director here at Majestic Star Casino, for having us.
Might be my first walk of the tournament. It's coming. Comes my first walk.
And it folds around,
Oh,
and Alan,
Christmas comes early.
Alan gets a walk in the big blind. Players are playing pretty tight right now. I believe with the last couple knockouts, the average chip stack has gone up to well over 20 big blinds, so a lot of room to play. Blinds are at 10,000, 20,000, 3K ante. So still about 50,000 in each pot before the flop.
Yeah, one double up really changes everything.
This is hand 47, actually our last event here in November, where Alan Ziskin ended up winning, I believe was exactly 48 hands, which I've never seen a final table with 48 hands. They're normally 90, 100, 120. But Alex, he ran well, and he was there to gamble, and he almost seemed like he knew he was going to win. He hit a 2-outer at the end to win about 5%. And during his interview, he was asked if he was scared, if he was worried, because it was for most of the chips in play, and he said, no, I've been running really well. I kind of assumed it was coming. And just that confidence, he knew it, and he got it.
Yeah, they talk about playing the rush, and statistically, it shouldn't, it shouldn't matter.
Yeah,
but it does. It does give you that powerful edge, and the body language and everything else shows it. It's
That's a good
other
point.
players pick it up.
Yep.
It's almost like a smell of fear versus confidence. It's when you're down there at the tables, you can really sense it sometimes. That's why I always tell the younger players, especially the millennial generation, they're so busy on their cell phones and all that, and they're missing the action at the table. And there's some really important things that they could be seeing, including like when somebody raises and they don't realize it.
Yeah, make a misstep that way. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've noticed that as well. Like actually we got Gary pushes all in with pocket sixes under the gun. He was first to act, and he pushed all in with pocket sixes with 267,000. You think that's the right play?
Yeah, it's a good strong play with that number of players left.
Alan's got king 10 of diamonds.
That's going to be a perfect flip if he ends up calling.
Myself, if I'm ready to go home yet.
It's the wonderful thing about it.
They send you home. I just want to know if I'm ready to go. I'm gonna get a ride.
Put him on Delta Airlines, see what happens.
Uber yourself, buddy.
Alan's
You can afford it
Alan's a
now.
character.
Private limo.
I'm hoping that the live stream audience can hear the player commentary now. I know we had some trouble with the player mics there before, but it's been pretty interesting.
I took him down with those sixes. Yeah.
Yep, Gary's gonna win that pot.
You know, when we carpooled today, I didn't know it was a two-way action. I just figured once you got here, you're on your own.
What I was gonna say is one of our tour friends is Dutch Boyd, and I've noticed that every time he's actually an author as well. He's wrote a book, but I've noticed that every time he plays, he's never on his iPad or iPod watching movies and stuff. He waits and looks at every single player as they act, and then he acts on his hand, and I think there's a lot to, like you said, a lot to get to pick up those little tells,
Yeah,
the betting patterns, the way they move their chips.
Just I see so many players even at this level. You know, you can see they're ready to throw their hands in. Well, like if you know trying to figure out if you're early on to bet and you can see 3 or 4 people getting ready to throw in their hands.
Yeah.
That's an important piece
your
of information.
changes, especially in tournaments. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lot of free information out there if you don't want to watch Fight Club or something
Yeah.
on your iPad.
Yeah, it's a tremendous game of information. It really is.
No customer glory, Greg.
Oh, that's gonna be an interesting hand there. 2 jacks and ace 9.
Gary just straight mucks. The big blind. Correct. There's a correct fold.
Check it out. Half hour from now, you'll see.
He's telling them to watch on the live stream, so they had been showing one card.
Oh, they stopped doing that.
I think some people are still doing it, some aren't. There in the background is Chris or Goose. We call him Goose. He's one of our producers here at America's Poker Tour.
You got a goose and a duck.
We got a goose and a duck. There we go. I need a bird nickname. Falcon. Dirk Falcon.
I like that.
There you go.
Well, eagle. We make it more patriotic.
I think Alan keeps on trying to get a Alan keeps on trying to get a ride to the airport. He's more worried about that $70 Uber ride than winning $43,000 here. John is on the cutoff seat. He's got ace jack, raise it up to 47,000.
That's a nice stack.
James folds a big blind, and John is going to take that down. I don't want to. Can they hear us? You'll hear us first, right? Like hit the wall if you're hearing us and you think they might. Okay. Okay. Cool. All right. Our producer came in and said we have to speak louder. We're not speaking loud enough. And he just turned up my mic too. Cool. Thanks, man.
No problem.
You're the best. Yeah. Alright, so it looks like Gregory from the cutoff raises with Queen 10 of clubs to 45,000. Alan's gonna fold his 5-6. And we're on to the next hand.
I should make some square chips. It's not a bad idea, actually.
I've seen I think in Europe though, they
The
have
plaques,
the
yeah, those
placards,
plaques. Yeah. All pearl inlay. They're very pretty, actually. You don't want to try to flush those ones down the Borgata toilet, that's for sure. They,
I like the circle chips. There's chip tricks and
Yeah, yeah.
stacking
Yeah.
them up. I don't know what I would do with square chips. Probably try to build some sort of fort or gingerbread house. James is on the button. He has position. He's gonna raise it up to 55,000. Blinds are 10 and 20. John from the big blind looks down at King Jack. Pretty strong hand.
very strong at this point. Yeah.
They are players. We are 6-handed here at the final table. Looks Looks like John made the call. We have a flop of 7-6 deuce, 2 spades. Doesn't really hit anybody here, so it's gonna probably go to the aggressor. Looks like James bet, and James bet 88,000, and John folds.
And you are right.
It's a strong fold. That's a strong bet by James. Must have put him on 2 high cards, which was correct, and continuation bet takes it down.
Bear's not playing blackjack. Oh,
Folds around to the button. Allen has King Jack. I think we're looking at the wrong player because that player does not have cards anymore. But we'll hang out. We'll talk to we'll look at Gary a little bit more. That's James actually. Yep. So Allen's gonna go ahead and raise. He's got King Jack. The blinds fold, and Allen's gonna take that pot. That's my favorite Allen of the day.
which one?
The one at the final table here.
This Allen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Allen is a character. He was the first one to say something at the dinner. Everybody was sitting there a little quiet, and Allen jumps right in, tries to liven up the group.
It really is. I mean, poker is such a great game if you take advantage of the social side of it. I made some really good friends in the poker world.
Exactly. I mean, if I'm not having fun, I don't want to play
Yeah,
at that game.
Exactly.
Pretty much.
Exactly. There's easier ways to make money, believe me.
So folds around to John on the button. He looks down at deuce 4. It's looking like he's gonna fold. Doesn't want to do
Thinking
a
about a
position
position,
raise.
yes.
I think he's gonna fold.
Yeah, I do too.
His hand.
It's awful weak, but
Oh, then he
reaching
drops
for
it.
yellows.
Then he drops it.
Yeah.
And he puts out a bet. Makes a bet of 50,000. Game blinds are 10 and 20,000.
That was a classic button raise.
Yep, a
That's,
couple bad hands, and blinds fold, and John takes it down.
the power of a big chip stack and aggression.
That's a good point. Yeah.
And position. The
Those
top
are-
three.
Those are probably 3 very important ingredients to a successful tournament.
I also think that clever way that he looked like he was going to fold and decided was, I think the players figured,
Like a false tell.
yeah, I thought he had a strong hand, I think.
Interesting. It's tough. That's one reason why I don't wear sunglasses at the final table or at any table is to be able to try to do those false tells, to look at the chips
Yeah.
when the river card hits, and it's you're also able to you're more approachable. You can talk
Yeah.
to people and interact with that social side of the game. But it's interesting we don't have any sunglass players at the final table here. And we have an all-in. Looks like Gary is going to push all-in with Queen 10 offsuit from the small blind. And, oh wow, James has Ace Jack.
This is,
It's a strong hand, but it's a lot of chips. It's 220 or 241,000, and James is just in the big blind. He's got 20,000 in. It's about 20% of his remaining stack, which might affect his decision.
I don't think you could give this one up.
You can pick a better spot. I mean, the only way
No, I think he's going to. I think he'll play this hand.
you think he's gonna call.
Yeah.
I think he might give it up. Because even like if he has something like King Queen or Queen 10, King 10, you don't have him dominated. It's 65-35. I mean, it'd be the right call, but
6-handed with an ace jacks.
true, yeah. If you believed you were a way stronger player, would you fold this even knowing you were 60-40? Just trying to preserve
If I-
chips and pick better spots and not gamble as much?
If you thought you were much better than the other players, that's right. Yeah, you play a small ball and just wait and see. You get a better
And
chance.
I mean, James folds. James
Yeah,
folds the
he
best
did.
hand, and
Yeah.
I don't hate it. I mean, I think
You had 4 live cards there.
I think he knew what he was doing.
I mean, you should be at the table. It's,
I'm at the cash game tables, and I'm not patient enough for 5-minute break. All right, so we got a 5-minute break. What?
They have 5 players.
5 players? Who did we lose?
You've been saying 6.
I've been saying 6 players, and we
Frank's gone, Corey's gone, Kevin's gone, Daniel's gone.
we lost Daniel O'Connor.
how do you
C9.
guys match it? Do you decide which text you're going to use later on? Is that what you do? So you have
So we're gonna take a quick 5-minute break here, and we'll watch a video from our Cancun Poker Dream Vacation. If you're looking to purchase one of the spots on this and reserve your room, go to our website, click on events, and find the Cancun Barcelona group events. Check it out.
Poker players
Yeah, nice job, man. Really good. I'll let Stan get it.
Yeah, this is still on.
Yeah.
Actually,
It's been a privilege. I will see you soon.
so. Take off.
Yeah, I'm going to get us back. But I tell you, if you guys end up, I'll come back and see you on the next tournament.
For sure.
It was really well done.
Thank you. Great job.
I mean, I teach management. I see how you guys do.
Yeah, I mean, we had a lot of great players. So we got a lot of great resources. Yeah, they just told me. Okay, good to know.
Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour has teamed up with Village Cruise Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour. Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour. Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour. Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour.
Heading to the hand, I believe our broken mic is not fixed yet, but that's fine. All right, under the gun is going to be John, and he has pocket aces, it looks like. Blinds went up this last level. They're 12,000, 24,000 with a 4K ante. They have not dealt the cards. Those were, I guess, just two cards that were sitting on John's square. Or did he win that hand? No, that wasn't a hand. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, well, we have Corey Hockman here joining us in the booth. How you doing, Corey?
Oh, good. Well, I just busted, but other than that, I'm doing good. So
That's good. We saw you and actually you and your wife flew down for this. Is that correct?
yeah, my girlfriend Jeanette.
Okay.
Yep, she's here with me. We
Very
came
cool.
just for the weekend. Flew up late after work on Friday.
Was it
And,
from China? Is that what I heard?
Oh no, from from Phoenix.
Okay,
And,
same thing. I don't know.
Yeah, all good. No, we were in China recently. but
Okay,
we're
yeah.
Flying back tomorrow morning to get back to work.
It's very cool. We appreciate you coming up, supporting the tour, and I'm sure we'll see you again. Hopefully, get something in the Phoenix area coming up soon. We have a couple of people we're talking to, so that'll be fun. Looks like John, under the gun, pocket eights, raises it up and takes it down the blinds. Again, the blinds went up. They're 12,000, 24,000 with a 4K ante. But yeah, Corey, what was your experience here at Majestic Star Casino with America's Poker Tour?
Oh no, it was great. I came out to support America's Poker Tour. I think it's pretty awesome that we have a 1,100 event. I mean, 1,100 buy-in. I wish we could get even more people to come out for these tours because they're really good. They're having an event in Cancun, right?
Yep, coming up in September, and actually we might have a couple before that haven't been announced yet. So keep your eye on the website for those events being announced soon. www.americaspokertour.com. But yeah, we're always adding new tour stops, and if any players out there want us to come to their local casino, feel free to mention America's Poker Tour to your poker room manager, or reach out to us. Email, Twitter, Facebook, anything really, and we'll do our best to make a deal.
Look at that.
That's interesting. All right, so Gary, I don't think that's right. I think we're having some technical difficulties.
I was like,
that would be a very big coincidence.
I have no sound from anyone.
So it looks like there was a bet.
I don't even know what that
I know.
freeze and stuff is. I'm getting nothing.
We'll go out there then. So there is no aces there. Let's see here. It looks like Gary raised, and I think there was a call from John. Some technical difficulties. That never happens. Sarcasm. Okay, well, grab Goose.
If anybody from the Beyond Tells or the other courses are watching, Blake Eastman's course, just wanted to say hi. Hope you have fun watching and maybe pick up on some of the tells from these guys.
I mean, it's always fun. Like, I've been trying to analyze some tells here, and I'm always wrong. There's a couple of false tells, I think, even going on, but that pot's over. We don't really know what happened. We know Gary won, though. Gary won that hand. That one's not making TV. Sorry to say.
Maybe he did have aces, you know?
All right, so where are you off to next, Corey? Heading home from here, heading back to Phoenix?
Yeah, tomorrow I
Okay.
have a flight like 7 a.m. to work at 9.
Okay.
So.
Any other tournaments planned coming up? I know you play a lot of WPT events. Have had a lot of success. You're always wearing the blue hoodie, but not for this final table.
Yeah, it's getting a little old and raggedy.
It was laundry day. I saw you wearing something blue the other day, so we'll take it. And we do have our producer running in and out of the room, trying to fix the technical difficulty, but we'll just kind of watch for now. Those aces are not the correct cards, but we'll see. Looks like James is going to raise. Alan folds, and the action's on John. He says, I hope I give you a story, Joe, and there's no Joe playing, so I don't know who he's talking to. Ignore those cards for right now. Looks like James raised and wins a pot. Looks like the button is going to be on Gary. Nope, I take that back. Button's going to be on Gregory. I take that back. Button's going to be on John. Yep, button is on John. That is correct.
Okay.
Sorry about that. Gregory is small blind. Gary is going to be the big blind. The blinds are 12,000, 24,000, 4K ante. James is under the gun. So you played with these guys for, obviously all day today. Some of them yesterday as well, I'm sure. Who do you think is going to win?
I see it's a guy with the tattoo sleeve.
Yeah,
I don't know. I'm
I
not
think
sure
it's
which-
John.
Yeah.
This guy? No,
Yeah.
that's James. Yep, that's James.
Yeah, I'm gonna bet on him.
Okay.
Only because he has my lucky chips.
He does have I think he's the chip leader. We don't have exact chip counts right now, but we could probably grab him here soon.
But you know, this guy with the Arizona hat is pretty tough. The guy looking at his cards right now.
Gary?
He's pretty tough as well.
These two have battled it out a couple of times. Had some interesting hands. I think John's a strong player. I'm not sure where he's sitting at chips. I think he's mid. So James has 932 in his stack right now. Bets out 40,000. And look, yep, we're back on track there. Those are the correct cards and chip counts and bets. And great job to the technical team here at America's Poker Tour. That's stuff I can't do. If it's not an Excel spreadsheet, I don't know how to fix it or do it. Besides unplug it, plug it back in.
It's interesting. He's on a complete bluff right now, and just to see if you can get any body language tells off of him. Not really much. I mean, he's just frozen. He got called. Let's see how he responds.
His hand out really far is something I would pick up on. That's an unnatural pose. I would think.
He picked up some draws though. Look at that.
So it's Jack.
He has a double gutter now. He may bet big here.
That's a good point. Yeah, 6 or a deuce would get him the straight.
Nope.
It's a 9. That actually gives Gregory 2 pair.
Yeah. No real tells either. This guy has his arm out too, and
Yeah.
he's sitting there with 2 pairs. So, although he didn't have it till just now.
He's gonna check. So James might take a stab at this because I don't think he thinks ace high is good. He gives up. Greg's gonna take this down with 2 pair. He probably would have got called anything James bet, so probably lost the minimum.
Yeah, he played it well.
It looked like a strong hand. He raised from under the gun, got called by the small blind, and small blind hit.
I actually think he could have made a large bet on the turn with his double gutter, but so many different ways to play it.
He did have position. He got checked to him, picking up that draw, but then the. Okay. We were told to talk a little bit quieter, so we're gonna hold the mic up closer to our face. Apparently, tournament director could barely hear us. We didn't want the players to compromise the whole card, so we're gonna quiet down a little bit. But that's what happened. Well, they told me I was talking too quiet, so I blame other people. So yeah, back to that last hand. If he did bet the double gutter and got raised, that's the only bad part. Is if you could have had a free card then. If you bet and you get raised, then you're like, why didn't I just take that free card?
There's both ways.
Yeah, but I doubt. Was it?
He wouldn't have called in that particular
Yeah.
situation, but maybe if he had top pair, he would have. So it's hard to say.
He was mid pair, 9-7. See, these players have been playing pretty snug. I actually saw you fold quite a bit of ace jack, ace 10. What was your mindset with that? Like, just I'm sure you thought you were a better player than a majority of the field by a lot, and were you just looking for like better spots to pick? You didn't want to gamble as much right away, or
a couple things. Well, first I did not actually think that. I never think that I'm better than the field.
Okay, interesting.
Except for maybe early in the tournament. Like I feel like there's a bunch of bad players to weed out very early in a tournament. But
if you're making a final table, you're a decent player.
I don't feel like I was better than anyone here. I feel like everybody's about the same, maybe. I'm not sure.
The humble Corey Hockman.
No, just for real. But
confidence has a lot to do with it too, though. I mean, you almost have to go in at not just hoping to win, expecting to win. To be a successful poker player, I'm assuming you have to have that positive attitude and not get down on yourself. There's a lot of losses.
Yeah, there is a lot.
Yeah, go ahead.
But anyway, with ace, I had ace jack. I think I had 5 players to act after me, and I was just thinking that. I mean, you can just shove it in right there, or you can raise there are a lot of different ways, little different options there. I don't remember if I had like 15 big blinds, but I figured that anybody who's calling me either has me beat or I'm on the bad end of a race. So that's why I let it go. I mean, maybe another day I'm feeling differently and I just shove it in. But I let it go. I don't know what the other cards were. I know one guy ended up raising and another guy ended up shoving, but I don't know what their hands were.
Yeah.
I don't know if you remember, but
Yeah, I remember that hand. I think I said the same thing. That the early position was tough right there. It's a tough spot. You don't want to just raise. So it's a shove and hope. But then you really didn't add that big of a percentage to your chip stack anyway. And again, I think I said those exact words. The only thing that calls you is something that has you beat, like not just beat, just like crush probably. So I don't remember what the rest was. I think they would have just folded. I think it was a raise from the small blind with air and the big blind fold or big blind shoved and
somebody shoved.
yeah, it was. I think you would have had it.
Oh, okay.
Although I don't remember. Don't trust me. It'll probably make TV though. That was actually a really interesting hand. All right, so now we have. Geez, what happened here? All right, so there's a bet of 65 from Gregory. There's a raise to 140,000 with pocket threes from James. And wow, is there a call?
Oh, the 10 jack went
There's
all in.
not a call. The 10 jack went all in.
Nice.
I read that backward. He had an open and straight draw and 2 overs. And the pocket threes couldn't call.
Yeah, good play. Yeah.
All right, well, yeah, want to thank Corey Hockman again for coming out. He's going to catch a plane, hopefully enjoy the rest of his night, and we appreciate him coming out, and we'll see him again at a future America's Poker Tour stop.
All right, thanks again. Awesome. America's Poker Tour is pretty awesome, so thanks again.
All right, nice man.
Thanks.
Stay easy. You can tell Stan to come in if he wants or whatever. All right, we're back to the action here. Gregory is under the gun with Queen 7. Greg raises under the gun here with Queen 7 to 52,000. It's an interesting play. Folds around to John in the small blind, or big blind, I believe. And he folds a Queen 7 as well. The battle of the Queen 7s. Oh, they heard. So I can still talk?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. So we're good?
Yeah, I turned it off. I just flipped it on when I was
Alright, so apparently I don't have to be too quiet now. I was told that the microphone was picking up something, and now that microphone has been turned off, so we're good to go. We're on to the next hand. This is hand number 62. Blinds are 12,000, 24,000, 4K Annie. Gary is under the gun, I believe. Yep, Gary's under the gun with ace 3. Decides to give it up. Alan bumps it up to 55,000 from the button. Might be 65,000. I heard 55, but we'll see. And it goes fold, 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 and Alan takes it down. It is on. You really can't hear it. Go, I guess.
I'm gonna call my mom.
So you're close girlfriend?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I have to be really quiet, don't I?
No. That was microphone issue. All right, so it folds around to John, and John wakes up on the button with pocket aces. I believe that's the correct cards, too. Blinds are 12,000, 24,000, 4K ante. And John is going to, I'm sure, raise, but we'll see how much. I'm actually here with Jeanette, right?
Yes.
It's Jeanette. This is Corey's girlfriend that we were just talking about. You guys flew in to support the tour. We really appreciate that. And I saw you out there playing as well. You're a player?
I try to be.
Yeah?
Yeah. I try to be. I play a few tournaments, but it's a little hard when you're a girl up against all these guys who have over 30 years experience, it seems.
Yeah. Are you just learning the game, or have you played for a while, or?
I've been playing for about a year and a half to 2 years. Noticed that I did a little better before I started reading books, so I'm trying to go back to playing that way. The way I was playing before I was reading books.
All right, so wow, John raises to 48,000. There's a 3-bet from Gregory with ace 9 of clubs, and ace 10 got away from it. So that probably saved ace 10 some money from the big blind. And John's just going to smooth call here. Kind of disguise his hand. So the flop is 8-7-3, 2 hearts. So I think Gregory's in a tough spot here.
That's flop.
Does he think he's gonna bet?
Yeah.
I mean,
Pot size?
He three bet the flop, so he's representing a big hand. John, I think John might raise here. It's 100,000 to call. These are 2 big chip stacks as well.
He's definitely raising there.
I mean, you got to assume that that Gregory has a big hand like kings or queens or jacks, and John's raising, and I'm sure hoping for an all-in, but I don't think Gregory's going to go much further with this hand. And he gives it up, and John's going to win that pot. Increases his chip stack to 1.2 million. That's 30 minutes away. So like, this is live though. Like, this was happening right up there. Huh? They can't hear us.
Okay.
I was asked to. So yeah, I'm playing a year. I'm sure you've played a lot of events. How does America's Poker Tour stack up to the other events you played? Like the structure, the people. What do you think?
It's actually pretty cool and warming. It's more of I felt more of a family experience here, where everybody was just really friendly with each other. I mean, you're in competition, but I don't think there was a single table that I was moved to where players weren't cracking jokes.
Exactly. I mean, that's one thing I noticed too. It's an $1,100 buy-in, so not huge money, but so even the pros can get in, fire a lot of bullets, but the amateurs can win their way in for $240, $250 through the qualifier system. So we have a good diverse group, and everybody's laughing, everybody's having a good time, including the staff and the dealers, and it's been fun. I want to thank Anthony Holman and Dan Condi here at Majestic Star Casino for bringing us in. Looks like John raises it up with King Queen and it folds around, and he's going to take down that pot. So do you have any tournaments planned coming up, or Corey was saying you're heading back to Phoenix tomorrow, is that correct?
We are.
Yeah.
Next stop is the WSOP, the World Series.
Okay.
We're trying to get into the tag team event.
Okay.
And Corey's taking a poker course now to help with a little bit of the discipline, and I'm trying to get into that groove as well. We're working out, eating healthy, and just preparing to build the stamina to actually be able to sit those long hours for days on end.
Yeah.
The neat thing about the America's Poker Tour is that the levels are just perfect, and the fact that it's squeezed into 2 days, really, if you're traveling, it just makes perfect for people who are coming in from other locations or who aren't close by to get in and out real quickly without having to take time off of work.
Yeah, and I mean the blind levels are really slow. They're 40-minute blinds, so a lot of play. But yeah, we are able to get the final table done on Sunday night, not have to come back on Monday, which is good for a lot of players. Also, you don't have to go back and sleep and reset and kind of lose your groove if you've been playing good poker and get to the final table. It's tough to stop. So we had a raise here from John with pocket jacks. That was under the gun, and from the cutoff seat, Gregory's going to call with ace queen. Flop comes a king 8-6 with 2 clubs. That might scare John a little bit. It's like an RFID radio frequency. There's like a card in each
Is
chip.
that available to the general public, or?
Costs money.
Sorry?
Like the technology costs money.
Oh, no.
But yeah, anybody can buy it, yeah. All right, so in the turn is a queen, which actually gives Gregory the best hand. John will need a jack, one of the remaining 2 jacks to re-steal this pot, and it comes a 10 of clubs. John checks his jacks. I don't know if Gregory's going to value bet this or not. He just decides to check. He's going to learn he's going to win that pot. And John stands up. He's got to take a walk after that one.
That's hard.
Okay. All right, well, it was great talking to you. We appreciate you guys supporting the tour, and hope to see you again at another America's Poker Tour event.
Thank you. I'll see you.
Thank you.
They forced me in here.
Okay. All right, blinds are still 12,000, 24,000, 4K Annie. Looks like James has a button. Alan and John are in the blinds. We are 5-handed here at Majestic Star Casino, just outside Chicago in Gary, Indiana. Greg is first to act. It's the 5-6 offsuit. Just gonna fold that. And Gregory has Queen 10 of diamonds. Looks like he's counting out a bet. Folds over to Allen in the 7 seat. So the Queen 10 must have folded. I think Allen ended up raising. Yep, Allen bet 52,000. And John in the 1 seat has Queen 9. We don't know what Allen's cards are quite yet. I thought we saw them already. Flop of 10, 7, 6, all spades. Do you know what Allen has?
He didn't get his cards.
Okay. We're playing Guess His Hand on Allen's hand. Ace of clubs on the turn. John has a gutter ball straight draw, but with 3 spades out there, I doubt he's going too far. Looks like Alan bets 41,000, and John's gonna fold. And unless our hole card cameras caught Alan's hand, we'll never know. We'll never know what he had. Alright, we have Gary first act here under the gun with Queen Jack. Gary's going to give it up. Those are good looking cards, but early position is tough to play. There's also quite a bit of pay jumps these next 5 spots, and I know Alan was talking about that earlier. But we have the next person eliminated is going to walk away with $9,066. Fourth is going to get $12,000. Third, $16,500. Second place gets $27,200, and first place winner is going to walk away with $43,713. And your main event championship package, which is a cruise for 2 to the Southern Caribbean. With Card Player Cruises, and also travel stipend. John bets 26,000, and Greg folds. John's going to take down the spot. Luis is walking around offering players water. It's nice of Luis. He's a good guy. James is back at the table. We're hand 68 here at the final table at America's Poker Tour main event at Majestic Star Casino. Last event we had here in November, Alex Ziskin ended up winning in just 48 hands, which was I think the record for me being at a final table. So folds around to Greg in the small blind. He's got King Jack of diamonds. Looks like he's going to put out a bet. Gary pushes all in. We don't know his cards yet, and he has the ace 10, ace 7. Greg insta-called him. So Gary's all in here. I was all in for $213,000. Called by Greg. Flop is 10-8-5, 2 diamonds. And you can see, even though Gary has the best hand right now, Greg has the better chance to win with the diamond draw and the flush draw, or the flush draw and the overcards. It comes 4 diamonds for the flush. And it looks like Gary is going to be knocked out in 5th place. So great job to Gary. Gary Herstein played a great tournament, ended in 5th place, and walking away with a payday of $9,066. Good job, Gary. I think we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
Poker players.
We good?
I know chips are up just slightly
Yeah.
from the Asian hand. They're doing another hand.
That comment doesn't deserve a response because I should just be happy moving up. I'm trying to bet 58 in case I make a mistake.
All right, we're back to the action here. Looks like there's a raise from Allen to 58,000 under the gun. He's got ace jack offsuit. James in the big blind has king queen of clubs. So two really good starting hands here. The flop comes ace 9-3, two diamonds. That hits Allen, and James checks and Allen checks too. He's going to slow down a little bit. Maybe disguise the fact that he has that ace. And James checks and Allen looks like he's going to bet. Yep. He bets 85,000, I believe. We're looking at the wrong player. And James folds. Allen takes down that pot. All right, blinds are still 12,000, 24,000, 4K Annie. Gregory raises it to 52,000 with offsuit 5-6. James is going to fold the small blind, and Allen has 7-6. He's got him crushed, but he doesn't know it. Doesn't look too happy with his hands, and folds. Gregory takes down that pot. Again, if you'd like to see America's Poker Tour at your casino, feel free to tell your poker manager that you want us there. We're always looking for new partners, and you could also reach out to us. My email is derek@americaspokertour.com. That's DEREK. You can check us out on Twitter at America's Poker TV. My Twitter is America's Derek. We're on Facebook as well. I'm just going to fold around to James. On the button here, he's got Queen 9 of Hearts. Bumps it up to 55,000. And Allen insta-calls with King Jack. And John looks down at Ace 8. He's going to go ahead and get rid of it. And we go to flop. Flop is Queen 10 Deuce, which is an action flop here. Allen has an open-end straight draw and the overcard. And James has top pair. Allen's stacking up chips. He's got about 500,000 in his chip stack. There's 150 in the pot already. It looks like he's putting out a big bet. James gives him that look like, really? Do you have me beat? So Allen fires out 140,000. I can't see James going anywhere. These players have similar chip stacks. So this is a big hand in the tournament for both of these players. And this, if you remember, this was Corey's pick for who's going to win it. James is taking a long time here. I don't think he's acting. I think he doesn't really know what to do. This is a tough spot. He probably doesn't like his kicker. And it is a very draw-heavy board with the suited Queen 10 out there. But if he thinks he has the best hand, he's going to push. And I think he announced fold. He folds and shows the Queen.
One of those hands I don't mind a call and I don't mind a fold. Not sure if I would have liked to shove. I wasn't calling. Sure, you could just call. That's not going to happen. You were out kicked.
Ooh, and he tells him a lie. He tells him he was out-kicked.
Maybe you had the same hand as me, Queen King.
Allen was saying he had Queen King. Allen's playing a strong game now, and just as I mentioned before, about poker players in their sunglasses, he decides to put his sunglasses on. Allen's on the button, takes a look at King 9.
Only because there's a break I'm folding. Otherwise, I'd play this button all day.
Allen's folding because there's a break coming up. Apparently, he makes his decisions based on which dealers are nice to him and when the breaks are, and the pay bumps. He did mention the pay bumps make a factor. All right, so we have a call of the big blind and a check. Flop is Jack 10-7. Both players have ace high, and John surrenders, saying he should have raised from the small blind. And that might be the break. I believe this is a standard chip-up break, so we are going to take a 15-minute break. Check out americaspokertour.com for all live updates. Twitter at America's Poker TV, and of course on Facebook.
Poker players get Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America. Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker. Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour has teamed up with Village Cruise and Travel to put on a dream vacation and 4-day Mexico. Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour has teamed up with Village Cruise and Travel to put on a dream vacation and 4-day tourney at Barcelo Riviera Maya in Cancun, Mexico. The $500 main event buy-in included in the package cost is your ticket to 4 days of sun, Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour has teamed up with Village Cruise and Travel to put on a dream vacation and 4-day tourney at Barcelo Riviera Maya in Cancun, Mexico. The $500 main buy-in Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour has teamed up with Village Cruise and Travel to put on a dream vacation and 4-day tourney at Barcelo Riviera Maya in Cancun, Mexico. The $500 Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour has teamed up with Village Cruise and Travel to put on a dream vacation and 4-day tourney at Barcelo Riviera Maya in Cancun, Mexico. The $500 main event buy-in included in the package cost is your ticket to 4 days of sun. Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour has teamed up with Village Cruise and Travel to put on a dream vacation and 4-day tourney at Barcelo Riviera Maya in Cancun, Mexico. The $500 main event buy-in included in the package Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour has teamed up with Village Cruise and Travel to put on a dream vacation and 4-day tourney at Barcelo Riviera Maya in Cancun, Mexico. The $500 main buy-in includes the 4-day Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour has teamed up with Village Cruise and Travel to put on a dream vacation and 4-day tourney at Barcelo Riviera Maya in Cancun, Mexico. The $500 Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour has teamed up with Village Cruise and Travel to put on a dream vacation and 4-day tourney at Barcelo Riviera Maya in Cancun, Mexico. The $500 main Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour has teamed up with Village Cruise and Travel to put on a dream vacation and 4-day tourney at Barcelo Riviera Maya in Cancun, Mexico. The $500 Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour has teamed up with Village Cruise and Travel to put on a dream vacation and 4-day tourney at Barcelo Riviera Maya in Cancun, Mexico. The $500 main event buy-in includes Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour has teamed up with Village Cruise and Travel to put on a dream vacation and 4-day tourney at Barcelo Riviera Maya in Cancun, Mexico. The $500 Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour has teamed up with Village Cruise and Travel to put on a dream vacation and 4-day tourney at Barcelo Riviera Maya in Cancun, Mexico. The $500 main event buy-in included in the ticket, the 4-day Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour has teamed up with Village Cruise and Travel to put on a dream vacation and 4-day tourney at Barcelo Riviera Maya in
All right, and we're back here at Majestic Star Casino. Looks like they turned the heat on us in here. It was already hot. All right, blinds are up. They're 1530 with a 4K ante. This is hand number 73 of the final table. Folds around to John in the 1 seat. Has a button. He announces raises 65,000. Greg in the small blind has King 10, very playable hand. And we're joined actually right now by Stan Jablonski, tour fan and promoter. He's also well known for WPT deep runs. So welcome to the booth, Stan.
Thanks, Derek. A lot of fun watching this tournament, and very exciting final table so far.
So Greg raises, and John folds, and Greg's going to take down that pot. Looks like we have chip counts as well. Before that hand started, we had chip counts of $995,000 for John, $1.25 million for Greg. James has $511,000, and Alan with $641,000. So a couple big stacks, a couple mid-sized stacks, and still lots of play. There's
James is chipped up.
Yep, James came to the final table with $170,000 and is looking at $511,000 right now. And the blinds are 15-30.
And at one point he was chip leader too, right? At
James,
one
yes.
point, yeah.
James was up to about 1.1 at one point, I remember. And that was actually Corey's call of who's going to win it, was James.
Yes.
He picked
I
him.
like James. I think he's got a good mix of gamble and solid play.
Yeah, he called him the sleeve tattoo guy. I like tattoos. I don't have any tattoos, but I'm going to get one, I think.
I think you should.
I'm going to say my tattoo. So Alan's definitely been the most talkative at the table.
Yeah, he is. He's a great guy. A lot of fun to play with. I play with him a lot.
Yeah, you made day two, made a deep run. You did not cash in this one, correct?
Did not cash. Went out 20th and just didn't have enough chips to just fold to the money.
Yeah.
So
that's not your game either. I don't know if I've ever seen you min cash. There's definitely people that min cash out there. They're usually the ones complaining on Twitter and stuff like that. So
I think I know who you mean.
yeah. All right,
we won't mention any names.
We got Greg under the gun here. We're not looking at Greg. There's James. So Greg folds. James is in. He's got the button. Looks on a queen 8.
Al told me during the break that James has been raising every button. So it'd be interesting to see how this goes.
Okay. All right, so Alan has kind of picked up on that he raises every button.
Yes.
I don't know if he's had to show down many, but he has folded to re-raises to pressure, so we'll see if anybody picks up on that and uses that. Oh, looks like
it worked. Nobody had any hands.
Yep, the blinds fold, and James is going to take down that pot.
Al said he got a report from friends watching that James had run a pretty good bluff on him with 3-5 offsuit.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, so I didn't see the hand, but
I think I remember that one.
I think Al had king queen, he said, in the hand.
Stan also joined us at our last event at the Sarasota Kennel Club in Sarasota, Florida, which was an amazing event. And you did something kind of special, and it's kind of started a trend where you went on Twitter and you posted that anybody that would like your Twitter page, like our page, America's Poker TV, and retweet, would have a chance to win 10% of your winnings. And you got thousands of retweets, thousands of likes. A lot of people loved it, and since then, Vanessa Russo has put up 5%. Craig Casino put up 10% of this event, and we've seen a couple people on Facebook as well doing that for their events. So, what kind of made you think that was what made you do that?
I've seen some other people do it, and one lucky winner I sent a check to for over $1,100. And she was very happy. And somebody that followed Vanessa also got over $150. So it worked well. Unfortunately, Craig didn't make the money this time. He gave it a heck of a try. And, he's certainly a guy that I would like to have a piece of his action every tournament.
Oh,
so
yeah.
if he does it again, I'm sure he's going to go deep.
Craig is the all-time leading money winner on the HPT circuit. And he was nice enough to come play this event and did well, did not make day 2, but played a solid game, fired a couple bullets, and overall I think he had a good time. We always have fun here at America's Poker Tour, and kind of that's another thing, like giving a piece of your action. Those people are able to sweat you, and like you said, you got 12th last event?
I got the 6th last event.
Yeah, somebody said 12th today.
Yeah.
That doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Get 6th. Yep,
Something
final table.
like 11,000 and change,
Yep.
and some lucky lady liked my tweet and retweeted it and got $1,100.
That's right. So hopefully that starts a trend. I think I like that. So we have an
Oh,
all
got an
in
all
here.
in.
All right, so that is interesting. So James
He's all in for
raises.
507.
James wants to raise from the big blind. We got a call from John. on the button. Then we have a 3-bet from Greg with 6s, and then James pushes. I think I follow that action, right?
Oh, wow, he's going to call. Makes the call.
Oh, wow. And Greg's not going to like what he sees. James is going to be a huge favorite with the over pair.
Wow.
Sixes against tens.
Flop is Jack 3 deuce, 2 diamonds. Greg does have the diamond, or could go 4-5. You'd have to get 2 dimes as well. So
Well,
there's the
another
4.
route.
So he adds
Any 5.
Any
5. Any 6.
Yep, he adds 5 outs. Still only 6 outs.
Never easy, is it? Got 4 cups like the kiss of death.
And James gonna take down that pot, and his stack is up to 1.1 million, back to what it was before. Pretty good for starting with 170,000.
He's close to the chip lead now, if not the chip lead.
Yes, it was good.
So that puts James and Greg close to even, and actually evens up the match pretty good here. Got the next hand coming up, and looks like John's first to act. Make it through there.
Fred can't do that.
Okay, John's first act. I think we got a pretty tight match now. John opens the pot, raises to 65,000. James folds. Alan's got the ace-7 off, and he's going to make the call. And a good flop for Alan. John with the continuation bet, and Alan's going to call for sure, if not raise. Alan makes the call. Good turn card for Alan.
So John's drawing completely dead.
Exactly.
Alan's got to be worried about his kicker a little bit, but he leads out. Interesting. Alan leads out. He's going to find out where he's at right now. He puts in 130,000. He's got 307,000 left in his stack. I don't know if he's pot committed here, but about as close as possible.
Yeah, I think he doesn't want to give John a free card, and he's getting short on chips. He just wants something funky to happen.
We're going to text you in 15 minutes anyway. I haven't bluffed since 1986.
Al's having a good time.
I know a lot of people that weren't born in 1986.
You know, Derek, I talked to Al on the break, and he said the structure's fantastic. He really loves playing here. He's having a great time.
Yeah, I mean that's one thing. Corey said that as well. The play was nice and slow, 40-minute levels, but the nice thing also was that it wraps up in 2 days.
Yeah,
It's not,
I love that part of it.
I think it would bother me to make the final table. You're playing great all day, make the final table. Now you have to go leave. You have to reset almost, as opposed to like riding that momentum and being in the zone. You got to find that zone again.
And for people that don't know Corey, he's an ophthalmologist, and it gives him time to get home, and I'm sure he's got surgeries lined up for tomorrow, so it's perfect for him.
It's very true. So this isn't Stan's first entertainment brush with entertainment, being in the broadcast booth here. Stan, if you look him up, Stan Jablonski is also a movie star. He's an actor. if you check out IMDb.com, you will find him. I'm pretty sure I've seen that clip many times. You're pretty proud of that clip, aren't
You want me to show it to you again?
we should find a way to embed it into the like a loop of it.
Now, don't leave
Last
Craig
year.
Casino out, because Craig Casino was in the movie also called Win It All.
That's true. Win it all. Who's the actor in that again?
Jake Johnson.
Yeah.
Jake Johnson
Really good actor.
wrote it, directed, was part of the directing team. He was in Let's Be Cops and Jurassic World, and one of the stars in New Girl, a series.
Yep. I love that show.
Yeah.
That's the problem with trying to do the restart and the final tape on the same day. Becomes a long day for the old men.
Alan's complaining about the time now.
Yeah.
He started the day by saying that he was blaming the dealers for the cards that he was having. I think he was mostly joking. But
Yeah. No,
I always enjoy when players think that the dealer has something to do with the outcome of the card. And then I don't know if you heard, but he basically gave away his strategy about the pay bumps. He was like, when it gets to be, I think he said top 4.
Yeah.
I play differently. I was
He
like,
did say he wanted the TV so he could see it, and he did mention that. But maybe that's a strategy in itself.
There you go, that's it.
Maybe
Yeah.
he wants people to think he's interested and he's not.
I also said maybe he was just like reminding people, hey, we're playing for a lot of money.
Right.
Maybe that was his angle as
Right.
well.
That's a good point.
Seems
He
like
could
a
be
pr-
thinking third level, and we're only thinking second level.
That's right, yeah. It's like a double reverse tail.
Right.
All right, so we got Jack 10 for John. He raises it up to 65,000. Blinds are 1530 with a 4K ante. Gets called by the ace 3. The flop is king 3 deuce, 2 spades. And Greg has the pair of 3s with the ace kicker. Can't like that king, but has the best hand at the moment. So John's gonna check. Greg's gonna bet. So put on a bet of 50,000. Ooh, John raises. Oh, that's a strong play. The check raise.
Yeah, it definitely is.
And that's just screaming strength.
I like the bet by Greg, and I think he's going to make that bet. He's going to call here, which he is. He's
mean,
not believing it.
I wouldn't. I mean, that's the right call, obviously.
Yeah.
I would have put him on a check raising a.
Remind me to
hand.
check raise you next time we
Yeah.
play.
I'm sure you have. I think you have before. So the eight of hearts comes out, and that does not give
brick.
John any more outs. But a spade would have been interesting too.
Be interested to see how much John continues here to follow through with the plan. Looks like he's going to make a good bet here. I think that's going to get it done.
All right, but if you're gonna call the check raise on the flop and an eight of hearts comes out, don't you have to call this one too?
No.
That's why you're a better tournament player than me. So yeah, well, I would have folded and I would have saved 75,000.
I mean, I think he thought that maybe Greg's on a flush draw or John's on a flush draw or something like that.
So then the eight of hearts comes out, and if he doesn't have it, you expect John to check.
check, yeah.
And if he does,
Yeah.
all right. So now you believe him,
And-
kind of.
Or he's got some middle pair, pocket 7, something weird like that.
Yeah.
It was a good play by John, continuing on there with the story.
That was actually really good.
Gutsy.
John was me and Corey picked players, and he picked James, which at the time was one of the chip leaders, and I picked John. So we'll see.
That's my two picks were James and John when I was out there talking to Kevin a long time ago.
So blinds are 15,000, 30,000, 4K ante. Folds around the small blind. Greg in the small blind. He's got. He's not showing his cards. There you go. Queen 5. Bumps it up. Actually, just called. Smooth call. Option to James. James checks. We're gonna roll the flop. Flop is Ace Jack 7 rainbow.
That's a total whiff all the way around. See who wants it the most now.
I think James might fire back at him here.
Mm-hmm.
He's
He's
playing
thinking.
pretty solid, yeah.
The wheels are turning.
It's hard to represent an ace here, though, but
Yeah.
he
Thought better
folds,
of it, yeah. Good bet by Greg.
We saw Corey fold not a lot, but a number of pretty good starting hands. Ace Jack, pre-flop, under the gun, position raise, and I also, I think he was short stack, so he kind of needed to save his chip
Yes,
stack.
he
It's
wanted to
kinda
get them all in
long-hammered.
together.
Yeah.
And he really loves to play deep stack. That's his game. So I think when he's handcuffed, he's looking to
Yeah.
get on a little run and get some chips.
Yeah, and he made a good point that he pushes and he might win the blinds, but if he gets called, he's only getting called
Going
by
to be
somebody
dominated.
he is
Yeah,
crushing
yeah,
him.
yeah.
So
And how many times you push with ace jack from under the gun and somebody wakes up with ace queen or ace
Yeah.
king? Late position would be a whole different story.
John under the gun bumps it up to 62,000 with ace 5. James in the small blind with queen 10 of hearts, a very good looking starting hand. We'll see how he plays this. James smooth calls, and Alan's got the 5-4. Alan's been talkative, but he's actually playing a very solid poker style. 10 to the flop, and the flop is queen 9-7. James has hit top pair. It's gonna be first act. He checks, and Alan checks. Go to the turn. It's a 4 of clubs. James is still ahead. John has 3 outs. They'd have to hit an ace to re-steal this pot. James bets 80,000, and looks like John is gonna fold.
I'll show you one.
James folds. I think he wanted some respect that he might
Showed him
use
the
that
queen,
later.
yeah.
He wants those spots later without having to put too much in, I think. So we're four-handed here at Majestic Star Casino, Southside Chicago in Gary, Indiana. These players are playing for a top prize of $43,700. Fourth out is going to be $12,000, so still a great payday to the next player out. Then it jumps to $16,500 for third, $27,200 for second, and of course $43,700 for first. So some big pay jumps coming up here for these guys. Alan from the small blind has pocket fives, and he says a smooth call.
Yep.
Gives John the option here. John checks, and we're gonna go see a flop. Flop is 10-9-3, all hearts. Alan bets, and that should be the end of it.
I would think so.
He probably could have got that on the flop, or pre-flop.
Yeah,
With a raise, but
yeah, for sure. And I think Alan's got a good image, so he's tight image. He's going to get respect when he bets.
He's wearing one of our custom America's Poker Tour patches on his sleeve right there. If anybody wants one of those, they are free. Hit me up on Twitter or Facebook or email. Email is Derek, D-E-R-E-K, at americaspokertour.com. Twitter is America's Derek, and of course our company Twitter is America's Poker TV. All right, we're on hand 84 here in Majestic Star Casino. Blinds are 15,000, 30,000 with a 4K ante. James is under the gun and has the Duckman's hand. Pocket ducks.
Damn, I missed the duck man already.
Yeah, I missed that. I missed that like duck call. I had no idea what it was. I thought he was doing it with his hand at first. Like, no, I have
Oh,
a duck
okay.
call. He's a very good guy. We're proud to have him as our new poker ambassador for America's Poker Tour. I don't think I've ever seen anybody his age that active on Twitter.
Unbelievable. Twitter,
he's been doing more
just
Twitter than me.
energy all over. If you walk with him, he was a fast walker, which is really cool.
Good enough hand that all. There you go. I had 2 overs.
James raises with the deuces and folds around. He's going to take down that pot.
You had 2 under. You got a problem. Hold 2 ways low. I really don't even like raising with that hand, but I know if I limp, this guy is gonna tear me apart. He's done it like 13 times tonight. He taught me my lesson.
James giving his fellow players some respect. Allen's under the gun with King 4 of diamonds.
Look at this. He's opening up his range under the gun here a little bit.
John squeezes 8-7, folds. Greg has Queen 10 from the small blind. Allen's raise was to 64,000, so it's 49,000 for Greg to call. He's going to give it up. And James folds a 6-3.
Good play by Allen, and I actually like that fold by Greg. I mean, out of position. He's only got small blind in. It's not a great hand to play out of position.
I would agree, yeah.
And Allen's pretty tight, so. But Allen's changing gears.
If it would have been suited, would you have played it?
Probably.
Probably. A lot of players play hands differently because of suits. But there's really there's not that much.
5% difference.
Yeah.
About a 5%
But
difference.
it looks so much better.
It
looks
does.
prettier.
It's just prettier.
Yeah.
It's just prettier.
What's your
Gives
favorite?
you something else to.
What's your favorite suit?
Diamonds.
Diamonds.
For sure.
I like clubs.
Yeah.
I got a club tie. It's got a bunch of clubs on it.
My favorite hand's deuce 4 diamonds, and I busted on it today. So.
Good to know.
Yeah.
Good to know. We're getting tells on each other just sitting here talking.
Yeah,
you're gonna 3-bet me or
it
check raise
is
me?
widely known already that that's my favorite hand.
Do you know Fred Bevel's favorite hand?
King Queen, of course.
King Queen, mom and dad.
Yeah.
I'm still holding the microphone because our microphone is broken. Thanks
Thanks to
again.
Fred.
Shout out to Fred Bevel. We call him Clumsy Fingers sometimes.
Iron hands.
Got a flop of Jack 10-5.
Wow.
Another 5, and James actually has trips here.
Yeah, just trying
Goes
to
to
bait
check.
Allen in, but he's
Check,
not
check.
taking it.
Ooh, and
That's
the
a bad
ace is the
card for
worst
Allen,
card
yeah.
Allen could see. It might get. He only has an 8 kicker. He's playing the board kicker,
He's
but
gonna have to call here.
he's gonna. You think any chance he raises here?
No, no chance.
He's gonna call though.
Yeah, he's gonna call. No chance he
Yeah.
raises.
It's only 50,000. He's stacking up raising chips. It looks like. Those are 25K in his hand. So he's got like one.
I don't think he's gonna.
I think he's got 126 or
There you
just
go.
calls. Yeah.
Yeah.
And you'll see the bad news. Set of 5s.
Yeah.
Trips, not set. Trips.
Yeah, it's a bad luck card for Allen on the river.
Yeah.
Chips in my hand, and I just decided, just in case.
I knew he was thinking about
Yeah.
it.
Lost the minimum there, I guess. Well played.
Just for show. I don't think he was ever doing it.
I think he thought about it. He is a solid player though. He's been playing very good cards and.
He's got 2 napkins, 3-5. If you let him take bang, then you gotta give me my money card on the river.
And again, he's complaining about the dealer. I'm sure the dealer just
always
knew.
dealer's right there. You can always blame the dealer.
That's true. Yeah, you can't blame yourself, right?
Of course.
There's no way I put you on an ace anywhere in that hand.
So that's why I tip really good in case there is like dealer karma.
Right.
Like I want the dealer on my side.
That's a great
you know?
idea.
So anytime I'm playing cash games,
I did play the cash game with you, and I think you're low on your dealer karma.
yeah, that one. Overall, I've been up a lot lately.
Okay.
So
I guess I just caught you at a
yeah,
low point.
Yeah, well, I was playing at your table. You're check raising me, 3-betting me. I remember the biggest hand. I got it all in bad, but mathematically it was right. I stick by it. I'll run the numbers if I have to.
The guy that got it in worse won the big pot, so I remember that.
That's true.
He
Yeah.
hit a gut shot and backdoor flush draw.
Oh yeah.
60? Is that correct?
All right. So let's see here. Greg has pocket trades. He's gonna raise it up to 60,000. Alan calls with fives. We're gonna see the flop here. This is gonna be an interesting hand because
Definitely.
most time we're gonna have overs and no
And
sets.
they're both going to miss.
Yeah.
There we go.
I mean, that's a scary board for both.
I like Greg's chances now.
Yeah, Alan. I mean, that check would look very dejected too.
Oh, I'm surprised Greg checked behind.
Oh.
Greg's going to bet here. It's a good bet.
Yeah, I think that was a missed opportunity from Alan. If he doesn't continuation bet there,
Yeah.
I think he can fire out on the turn and
Especially with his
see where you're-
reputation.
yeah,
I
see
think
where
he
you're
might
at.
just take it down. In fact, I think he would have if he bet the turn.
Yep, I think so too.
But it's not his game, not his style. This is a good call here.
And he's calling.
Yeah.
Is he floating? What is he? The flop is, or the river's a 8 of diamonds. I think he thinks his hand is good.
No,
and he's
does.
right.
He does, yeah.
He doesn't want to show. Oh no, he showed him. Pocket fives, take it down. That was a really good call by Alan.
Very
there.
good play by Alan. And I think Greg made a good play too, trying to take it down.
I think Greg would have had it if he bet the flop.
Yeah, for sure.
There wasn't anything wrong with that hand.
And
Alan
now he's happy with the dealer.
Yeah, he'll be good for TV. At least he's always talkative.
Oh yeah. Can I change my pick?
No.
I don't know. No, I'm sticking with John, but I mean Alan. It's tough not to root for Alan.
Oh, I'm rooting for Alan. I'm just saying. Those are my just picks to win mathematically.
Good point. Good point.
Yeah. He's my sentimental pick.
We got James under the gun here. He's got 6-3. Gives it up. Alan gives it up. John looks down at Queen Jack in the small blind. He's got 1.2 million in his stack. He's going to raise it up to John raised.
What was it? 50.
I don't know.
Pot 61.
What was the raise again? Sorry.
He hasn't put it in yet.
Yeah.
That's
The
just
raise?
the answer. 66. All right, John raised it up to 66. He gets a call from Greg with King 9 of clubs. Couple good starting hands here. Flop of 8-4-4. Brick hits nobody. John bets out 60,000.
Should do it, I think.
Unless Greg's got a tell, or you feeling a vibe. And he folds. John's gonna take down this hand.
Continuation bet works.
Once again, check out americaspokertour.com for upcoming schedule of events. We're always looking for new tour stops and partners. So if you have a local casino that you play at, feel free to mention America's Poker Tour to your poker room manager. We'd be happy to talk with them, see if we can get a deal. You can also reach out to me. My name's Derek Melliker, DEREK at americaspokertour.com. That's the email. On Twitter at americasderek. So Alan's under the gun. He smooth calls with 8-7 of clubs. John's gonna fold the button. Greg has an ace. He's got an ace in the small blind. Not a great kicker, but he's looking at chips. Greg calls, and James actually looks down with a pretty solid hand. He's got ace-4 of clubs. So Alan James just checks his option. We have going to the flop. Alan does not want to see clubs here, that's for sure. One club, but a flop of 6 deuce deuce. And Greg has flopped. He's flopped 2 pair. He's got a 6 with the deuces. Obviously, an ace kicker. Pretty confident in his hand. He's gonna bet out 50. James folds and Alan laughs and smiles, and I doubt he's gonna call after that. He's wearing his heart on his sleeve. I like that. He's enjoying the final table. He wears the sunglasses sometimes and he doesn't the other times. It's interesting. I'm trying to see if that means anything. Have you ever wore sunglasses at a table?
When I started years ago, but it's been a really long time.
I never do either. It's me and Duckman were actually talking about that. That part of the game, fun of the game, is the social aspect of it.
Yes. Yes.
And then we're also talking the false tells, and if you know how somebody perceives you, there's a lot you can do with your eyes, but there's a lot of information you can give away with your eyes as well. We're on hand 90.
I think you see less and less people wearing them, honestly. I mean, from what I've observed. I mean, even these young guys here, they're not wearing them.
So Greg on the button, he's going to raise it up to 60,000 with the suited connectors, 5-6 of hearts. And Alan looks down at ace queen offsuit. Alan is stacking up raising chips. Alan bumps it up 100,000 more, 160,000 total. The action is to Greg. Greg gives it up. Alan's going to take down that pot.
Good bet by Alan, and I think a good fold by Greg. Back to the sunglasses thing.
There you
There are a few known poker players that I've observed that wear sunglasses that really have some serious like eye tics when they get really nervous. So I could see for there it'd be a good thing to wear sunglasses.
My eyes only twitch when I'm thinking a lot.
I haven't seen him twitch lately.
I know.
There we go.
You never know until you get to see 3 cards for 100,000. It's nothing.
Alan's getting respect. He's getting some big hands.
One gray stack. 50 Shades of Gray.
Alan makes a 50 Shades of Grey reference and looks down. It's not on him. I believe it's under the gun to Greg. Looking at the wrong player, but and he gets Greg to smile at least. Whole table smiling. That's always good to see.
Greg is all in?
So Greg is all in, yep. It must have been under the gun, all in push with pocket fours.
That's interesting.
He's all in for 525. And John's got a decent hand, king queen. But it's majority of his chip stack. It's 500,000 to call, and he calls.
Wow.
Wow.
That's interesting. That's an ambitious call.
So we're a coin flip. We're a dead 50-50 coin flip. We got the pair and the 2 overcards.
Johnny's got fours. I got king queen. But he's got them covered up those suits.
523, so about 17 big blinds. That's a nice low flop for Greg.
Oh yeah.
John's about 25%, 26 now, so
Flop
he's gonna need some help.
Flop of 8-3 deuce. Me and John looking for a king or queen. It's
Whoa.
paint, but it's a
Yeah,
jack.
Wrong paint. One more card to fade for Greg. Be
Okay.
back up to $1 million.
And the last card is a 9 of diamonds, and Greg is going to double up with his pocket fours holding.
Sometimes the best hand wins.
John stating the obvious.
He had the best hand, pocket fours. Held up. I thought nice.
Says gonna cripple John now.
If John's left with 215,000,
About 7 bigs.
and blinds are at 1530 still, so yeah, 7 bigs. What do you think of that call? I was very surprised he
Yeah,
called
I'm
it.
very surprised. I don't make that call.
Um,
I mean, I just think you find a better spot, and then you're also possibly dominated if he has ace queen or a hand like that. But, you know, I mean, they might just be thinking, you know, blinds are up, they got to play.
He was asking
Now we
if
got
us,
2 big stamps
Hmm?
and 2 chunks.
what?
Luis was asking if I was slow enough. He said yes.
Just want to thank Luis out there again, our tournament director,
How much does John have left?
doing all the chip counts and making all the rulings. He's doing a great job, him and his team. I also want to thank Dan Condi and Anthony Holman here at Majestic Star Casino for having us out. We're already planning our next trip here. We'll be back. So keep an eye on the website for those dates to be announced. We're hand 92 here. 1530 blinds, 4K ante. James is under the gun with ace 7. James bumps it up to 69,000. Alan gets out as fast as possible. John folds. Greg looks down at queen deuce and mucks. James is going to take that pot.
Derek, along those lines, I got a lot of comments from players on how well run the tournament was this time especially. And I agree that Luis and his crew did a great job. I mean, just all the way down to the dealers. Everybody commented, friendly dealers. I didn't notice any mistakes or anything by dealers or floor people or anything. So I just thought it was a great tournament.
Yeah, that's one thing I've noticed too. I don't think we had any dealer complaints,
No.
which is always great. They do a hard job, almost sometimes a thankless job. But I had to explain to somebody what a dealer add-on was today. I mean, that's okay though. But
They earned it.
Yeah,
they
they
work
do. They
hard.
really
They
do.
deserve it, and it's a good.
especially when they're friendly and like
Yes.
that's one thing that Duckman said and Corey said was just it's an $1,100 event, which is a good chunk of money, but it's everybody's friendly, everybody's laughing at the tables, and I think that's what you get when you come to an America's Poker Tour event.
Everybody had a good time that came here.
Stan told me I gotta play my hand face up every time to even out the game.
What's it?
Alan's quoting me on something. I'm not
Okay.
sure what it was. All I heard was Stan told me.
Oh, let the games begin. This is getting fun now.
Blinds up. All right, looks like the blinds just
2040?
went up to 2040. I'm guessing it's
Okay.
a 5K ante. So last event time we were here, Alex Ziskin took it down in 48 hands, and we're on hand 94 right now, and we're four-handed.
Yeah.
With, I mean, average chip stack has got to be at least 20 big blinds still.
Oh, I think more. I was just gonna write down the counts when I could. As
Yeah, it
we go
was-
along here. Well, John's got 187, so he's.
I believe when it was 1530.
3.4 million total.
Yeah, when it was 1530, it was 25 big blind average, so it would go down a little bit, 17% or 17 big blinds.
So
Now it's,
3.4 million, so average stack.
2040?
850,000 is average stack. And what are we at? 2040?
2040 up.
20,
22?
Yep.
Or 21?
21 big blinds.
So still lots of play.
But when you consider John only has less than 5 big blinds, the other players probably certainly 25 each.
All right, so under the gun is Greg. He's going to look down at ace-6 offsuit.
Greg has $1 million.
Allen folds a queen-10 there. So Greg had raised 200,000 and gets the blinds to fold, and he's gonna take down that pot. Once again, check out americaspokertour.com for a couple links. We have the live updates link. We've been lucky to have Dan Ross from Hold'em Radio with us this week doing the live updates. So he's got a lot of news stories out there if you want to see how the table got shaped. And then we have another link with all the preliminary events that we will be sending all these results to Hand and Mob. Hopefully within 12 hours. I think that's the time frame that we have to send them in.
Look like James doing a raise and take it here.
James under the gun. We've seen that a lot actually. It's four-handed, but under the gun just seems to be jumping on it on top of these blinds. I think they know that there is that short stack out there.
Yeah.
And no one's gonna want to be. That's a 4K difference, I believe, 12 to 16,000. So they don't want to.
And I think James
get
is
out
getting
before
more
he does.
confidence as he goes along. I mean, he's gaining confidence with every hand. And he's in the chip league now, it looks like.
Blinds are 20, 40,000, 5K ante. First to act is going to be Allen. Looks down at 7-6, gives it up. John takes a peek at 10 deuce on the button. Greg has the 9-6 and gives it up. James won 2 in a row. And he says, I'm the man. That's always fun when you can get the walk and look down and you have 7-3.
John's going to have to go with something very soon. He's got less than 5 big blinds, so.
I believe he is. He was on the button there, right? I think that might have been the time to push.
Well,
I mean, he had 10 deuce, but,
10 deuce
but he's 5. There's so many antes in the pot.
Yeah, I think he thinks
dead
that
money.
John is calling him no matter what, which probably is right.
Not 7-3. So I told my guys to clear the water bottles off the thing, and it looks like we stole Alan's water. He's like, it took my water. Sorry, Alan. It was in one of the shots. All right, under the gun. Yep, John has ace-5. Actually has a really good hand here, and he's gonna go all in.
Ace-5 suited, yeah.
Greg on the button has 8 deuce of diamonds. Gives it up. Has James looked yet? I'm not sure. I think he has. He's thinking. We don't have his hole cards just yet. And we'll never know. Oh, he folds
Allen,
a6. Wow.
Allen folds the best hand. For a 5 big line raise. That's interesting. I think most people would call there.
Yeah, most likely a chop pot on that one, but Could have won it.
Mhm.
Kicker could have played. It's possible.
That was 50-50 there. I almost, if I had my lucky silver dollar, I would have tossed the coin to the side. But I can't believe
John smirks a little bit.
my lucky coin protector.
Hopefully we didn't take Alan's lucky coin protector.
No, I swear I wait for it.
I made you steal his water. I made you steal his water.
I normally have a hard time. I literally have not played with the tournament.
All right, Greg folds on the gun. James is on the button. Looks down at 3-4, gives it up. Alan in the small blind. Alan has Queen Jack, raises it up to 90,000, which is essentially putting John
John's
all
gonna
in.
go now, yeah.
And John pushed all in. Alan's gonna have to call. It's not that much
Yeah.
more.
About 90,000 more.
Yeah.
He has to call. In his hand is good enough.
John has the ace-7. But again, as you can see with the two middle cards, Alan's still 46% chance to win this hand. He folded light last hand. Is he thinking about this one as well?
I don't think he can fold this.
The only way he makes this is a bad if he folds, or he should fold, is if it's a ace queen, ace jack,
No, he's
something like
calling.
that.
He's calling.
And with short stack, John's pushing with a wide range,
Yeah,
so
and John's got just over 5 big blinds.
yeah. As we're all in pot of 544,000, so a pretty decent sized pot here. All in, we're gonna straighten up the cards. And we're gonna see the flop. Flop comes out ace-7-4, and John spikes 2 pair, and Alan blames the dealer.
Stab me in the heart, honey. Needs
I
to
bet,
run a
I bet
record.
if it comes 10 king, he'll say thank you
Yeah.
to the dealer.
Nice hand.
Oh wow, ace of hearts, and that's a stone cold nuts right there. Alan says gamble, gamble. I like his attitude. He's gonna be good for TV, and he hits the jack just for good measure on the river. So he did get 2 pair. Good job, Alan. 2 pair against second nuts.
This puts John back in the game. He's got 544 now.
544 blinds are it's 10 big blinds. Blinds are 25 or 2040, so 12
Yeah,
big
'cause I
blinds.
was thinking it was 2550, but it's 2040, right?
Yep. Yep. 2040,
I was looking at, I thought you had
5K ante.
1.3 and 5.
I think that's
Alan's down to 531 now, yeah.
I think that's the most we've heard John talk today. It's always nice when you're in for your tournament life and it holds and you get to keep playing for that big money, 43,000 up top.
So Alan and John both are the short stacks now. They both have about 13 big blinds.
Okay, so Alan and John, okay. That's a good dynamic. I know if you were in the top 2 chip stacks, you'd be pushing the action, hoping that the other big chip stack's gonna fold and you can chip up. But a lot of people just like to ladder up the money.
I think James is a guy that'll put the pressure on now. We'll see how he does in the next few hands here,
In the original raise.
especially versus Alan.
You think Greg is going to kind of slow down a little bit and just wait for one of these two to get knocked
He's
out?
the guy
Probably?
who don't know his game as much as the other players, so I'm not really
Oh
sure.
wow, Alan wakes up with pocket kings on the button. It's gonna look. Hold on a second. It went away, so I'm assuming. Nope, it's back.
Yeah.
Sometimes we have a misread, but
Sure.
James is looking at him. All right, so James raised it up to 90 under the gun, and we got Alan with a 3-bet to 180 with pocket kings, and James gives it up. And Alan's mad. I think we might have to go hang out with Alan after this. Maybe get some Corona Extra.
Well, we were questioning if James would push the action. I think we know he's gonna now. He just raised with 10 deuce, right?
Was that a 10? I didn't see that. I didn't see the hand.
Yeah, I think it was a 10 deuce.
I thought we didn't get a read on it, but
Okay, maybe I missed it. Then I read it was reading the other hand, but
yeah,
I don't think it was much, whatever it was.
he folded pretty fast
Yeah.
and didn't really think much. It was the right fold though. He could have
for sure.
he could have wanted to gamble there and pushed all in and hoping Allen was raising light, but I'm sorry, John, I don't remember. All right, blinds are still 20-40, 5K ante. This is hand 101. Officially over double our last event here. And my favorite part of that event was when Alex Ziskin was asked if he was worried at all when he got it in with a worse hand. He had 2 outs to hit to basically win the tournament. Most of the chips were in the pot at that play, or were in play at that time, and he responded with, "No, I've been running good all day. I kind of assumed it was going to come."
He did. He even said that when I played with him this time, because he played a couple flights, and he said he was running good that
Yeah.
day anyway. It was his day.
Yeah, I mean,
Nobody was beating him that day.
No, and he was right.
Yeah.
I mean,
He had the feeling.
it was fun because like he would get in with ace-6, it would be a 6 right in the window.
No waiting.
That event, actually, the episode has been edited and it's going to be aired pretty soon, but you can also find it on our website and on YouTube. We're going to be posting that shortly for you to watch just on demand. We just came back from Sarasota Kennel Club in Sarasota, Florida, where we had 255 players, and local pro, or Tampa pro, John Racner, most notably got second in the main event a few years back, ended up taking that down. So big congrats to him. We loaded up the truck and came straight to Chicago. So Greg raises from the button. He raises it up to 85,000. James makes the call from the small blind. Not getting the read on James' cards yet, so we'll play a game that Fred likes to call Let's Guess What Cards He Has. Thanks again for Fred for breaking the microphone. I'm just kidding, buddy. All right, so Greg, James checks and Greg bets out 85,000. We had the flop. It's gone now, but it's king something something. I don't think anybody has a pair. Yep, king 9-6, all hearts actually, and James calls the 65,000.
Board just got scarier.
Be interesting to see what James has here. I can't see him having a.
One pair. You're good.
What do you say? Pocket fours?
Open up my game a little now.
There you go. He did a little snap there too. I like that. Let's be a calling card. A snap. Looks like we might be having a little bit of technical difficulties, hence why we couldn't see that last board and James's hole card. So the great staff here at America's Poker Tour is going to go take care of that.
Thanks for inviting me to your sauna.
Yeah,
it's really nice here.
Well, I think they put the heat on even. So.
Oh, that feels good.
Hope we pause the clock. Let's check up Twitter here. If anybody wants to tweet us, we're at America's Poker TV. I'm at America's Derek, and that's spelled D-E-R-E-K. If you want to ask a question about the event, little trivia, I'm open for it. We got Luis in here. He's got a cool purple shirt on. America's Poker Tour colors. I like it. Black on purple. All right, we're going to take a quick 5-minute break, fix this technical issue we have, and we'll be right back.
Poker players, get ready for the ultimate Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour has teamed up with Village Cruise and Travel to put on a dream vacation and 4-day tourney at Barcelo Riviera Maya in Cancun, Mexico. Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour has teamed up with Village Cruise and Travel to put on a dream vacation and 4-day tourney at Barcelo Riviera Maya in Cancun, Mexico. The $500 Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour has teamed up with Village Cruise and Travel to put on a dream vacation and 4-day tourney at Barcelo Riviera Maya in Cancun. The Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour has teamed up with Village Cruise and Travel to put on a dream vacation and 4-day tourney at Barcelo Riviera Maya in Cancun, Mexico. The $500 main buy-in includes Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour has teamed up with Village Cruise and Travel to put on a dream vacation and 4-day tourney at Barcelo Riviera Maya in Cancun, Mexico. The $500 Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour has teamed up with Village Cruise and Travel to put on a dream vacation and 4-day tourney at Barcelo Riviera Maya in Cancun, Mexico. The $500 main event buy-in included in the package is your ticket to 4 days of sun. Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour has teamed up with Village Cruise and Travel to put on a dream vacation and 4-day tourney at Barcelo Riviera Maya in Cancun, Mexico. The $500 main buy-in includes Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour has teamed up with Village Cruise and Travel to put on a dream vacation and 4-day tourney at Barcelo Riviera Maya in Cancun, Mexico. The $500 main event buy-in included in the package cost is your ticket to 4 days of sun, fun, Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour has teamed up with Village Cruise and Travel to put on a dream vacation and 4-day tourney at Barcelo Riviera Maya in Cancun, Mexico. The $500 main event buy-in includes Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour has teamed up with Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour has teamed up with Village Cruise and Travel to put on a dream vacation and 4-day tourney at Barcelo Riviera Maya in Cancun, Mexico. The $500 main event buy-in included in the package ticket to 4 days. Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour has teamed up with Village Cruise and Travel to put on a dream vacation and 4-day tourney at Barcelo Riviera Maya in Cancun, Mexico. The $500 main event buy-in included in the package cost is your ticket to 4 days of Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour has teamed up with Village Cruise and Travel to put on a dream vacation and 4-day tourney at Barcelo Riviera Maya in Cancun, Mexico. The $500 Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour has teamed up with Village Cruise and Travel to put on a dream vacation and 4-day tourney at Barcelo Riviera Maya in Cancun, Mexico. The $500 Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour has teamed up with Village Cruise and Travel to put on a dream vacation and 4-day tourney at Barcelo Riviera Maya in Cancun, Mexico. The $500 main event buy-in included in the package cost is your ticket to 4 days of sun, fun, and poker action. Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour has teamed up with Village Cruise and Travel to put on a dream vacation and 4-day tourney at Barcelo Riviera Maya in Cancun, Mexico. The $500 main Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour has teamed up with Village Cruise and Travel to put on a dream vacation and 4-day tourney at Barcelo Riviera Maya in Cancun, Mexico. The $500 main event buy-in included in the package cost is your ticket to 4 days of sun, fun, and Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour has teamed up with Village Cruise and Travel to put on a dream vacation and 4-day tourney at Barcelo Riviera Maya in Cancun, Mexico. The $500 main event buy-in included in the package cost is your ticket to 4 days of sun, fun, and poker action. Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour has teamed up with Village Cruise and Travel to put on a dream vacation and 4-day tourney at Barcelo Riviera Maya in Cancun, Mexico. The $500 main event buy-in included in the package cost is your ticket to 4 days of sun, fun, and Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour has teamed up with Village Cruise and Travel to put on a dream vacation and 4-day tourney at Barcelo Riviera Maya in Cancun, Mexico. The $500 main event buy-in included in the package cost is your ticket to 4 days of sun, fun, and poker action. All Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour has teamed up with Village Cruise and Travel to put on a dream vacation and 4-day tourney at Barcelo Riviera Maya in Cancun, Mexico. The $500 main event buy-in included in the package cost is your ticket to 4 days of sun, Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour has teamed up with Village Cruise and Travel to put on a dream vacation and 4-day tourney at Barcelo Riviera Maya in Cancun, Mexico. The $500 main event buy-in included in the package ticket to 4 days. Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour has teamed up with Village Cruise and Travel to put on a dream vacation and 4-day tourney at Barcelo Riviera Maya in Cancun, Mexico. The $500 main event buy-in included in the package ticket to 4 days. Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour has teamed up with Village Cruise and Travel to put on a dream vacation and 4-day tourney at Barcelo Riviera Maya in Cancun, Mexico. The $500Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour has teamed up with Village Cruise and Travel to put on a dream vacation and 4-day tourney at Barcelo Riviera Maya in Cancun, Mexico. The $500 main Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour has teamed up with Village Cruise and Travel to put on a dream vacation and 4-day tourney at Barcelo Riviera Maya in Cancun, Mexico. The $500 main Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour has teamed up with Village Cruise and Travel to put on a dream vacation and 4-day tourney at Barcelo Riviera Maya in Cancun, Mexico. Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour has teamed up with Village Cruise and Travel to put on a dream vacation and 4-day tourney at Barcelo Riviera Maya in Cancun, Mexico. The $500 main event buy-in Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour has teamed up with Village Cruise and Travel to put on a dream vacation and 4-day tourney at Barcelo Riviera Maya in Cancun, Mexico. The $500 Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour has teamed up with Village Cruise and Travel to put on a dream vacation and 4-day tourney at Barcelo Riviera Maya in Cancun, Mexico. The $500 Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour has teamed up with Village Cruise and Travel to put on a dream vacation and 4-day tourney at Barcelo Riviera Maya. Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour has teamed up with Village Cruise and Travel to put on a dream vacation and 4-day tourney at Barcelo Riviera. Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour has teamed up with Village Cruise and Travel to put on a dream vacation and 4-day tourney at Barcelo Riviera Maya in Cancun, Mexico. The $500 main Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour has teamed up with Village Cruise and Travel to put on a dream vacation and 4-day tourney. Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour has teamed up with Village Cruise and Travel.
All right, we missed a couple hands there. Sorry about that. We had some technical difficulties, but we are back up and running. Greg bets 50,000. So chip set. James folds. Greg's going to take that down. So chip stacks. Before the last few hands, we had chip stacks of for John Schrey with 510,000. Gregory Bard had 1.24 million. Looks like we lost signal there. James Snyder has 1,005,000. Almost a 1 million exactly. That would have been kind of cool. That would have been the OCD kicking in. Alan Cutler with 650,000. So Greg is your chip leader going into 2 hands ago. Missed what happened in the last couple hands.
What is it? I need the line.
2040. 2040 with a 5,000.
140 is 5.
John goes all in from the small blind. Both blinds fold, and we're going to go to the next hand. John takes it down. All right, so we should get some whole card graphics coming up here pretty soon. We are in the process of recalibrating. The chip counts might be a little off as we played a couple hands, so don't rely on the chip counts. It might be a little off, but should be close. I don't think there was any monster hands in the last few. And there we go, we got some hands. John looks down, he's got that's John. James has ace-3, folds. Alan's in the small blind with ace-9 and calls the big blind of 40,000. We're at 20,000, 40,000 with a 5K ante. John has 9 deuce and is going to check. Flop is 4-4 deuce, and John hits the deuce here that he needed. It's bad luck for Alan. Alan had him dominated. It's tough to put him on a deuce here. It's a 45,000 bet, and John bet 45. Alan calls. It goes check, check. Now a 7 or a 9 would make Alan the best hand, and actually, and the ace, or not the 9. The 9 actually would have hit him too, but the ace is an out as well, and now Alan has the best hand. John cannot like that. And he calls. He must have put out Alan on king queen or something, but it's a pretty good value bet from Alan there, recognizing that the ace with the 9 kicker was the best hand. 3 clubs on the board, but he still fires and gets paid off. It's getting a little late here, so we all grabbed a coffee on that last break. I don't drink coffee, so this should be interesting. I started to recently. I take that back for a good reason. James is under the gun. He looks down at ace-4 offsuit. James raises it up to 90,000. James takes it down. So we were talking to Stan Jablonski before this last break. He had to take off and get some rest before the flight tomorrow. But I'm sure we'll see him out at the next event. A lot of events in the works. Talking to a lot of potential partnering casinos. So keep your eye on the website for announcements of future events. I'm sure you've seen the Cancun promotional video that's been running. That'll be coming up here in September, so if you'd like to book that poker dream vacation, go to americaspokertour.com and click on events and look for Cancun, the Barcelo group. Should be a fun time. John's all in on the button with 280,000, and Greg folds. John takes down the pot. So we're kind of in the same situation we were before. We have 2 big stacks and 2 somewhat short stacks. Blinds are 20-40, so the short stacks are sitting at about 10 or 11 big blinds. And the big stacks are at about 25. Action's on John. He's going to give it up. Greg looks down at ace-10 offsuit. Good starting hand, especially four-handed. He's going to raise it up to 80,000. James squeezes the 6-5 of clubs. Probably tempting to play. Being suited connectors, but rightly gives it up. And Allen's going to call. So we have the battle of 2 of the bigger chip stacks here. Allen's got Jack 4. 2 of his clubs are already dead, and Greg's got the club redraw, or the kicker, or blocker, I guess they call it. Jack 7-3, 2 diamonds. Goes check, check. We're going to see the turn. The King of Hearts, which gives Greg a queen for a gutter ball, straight draw. And he also... Well, actually, Allen has hit the jack, so the king might scare Allen a little bit, but he's going to call. And the 5 of diamonds puts potential flush on the board, but I think Allen is going to call pretty much any bet that Greg makes here. He flop top pair. The diamond should stop action unless he has it. Greg's going to fire though. He's going to try to represent. And immediately, Allen is picking up chips. And I think he's going to put them in. Yep. He makes a snap call pretty much. And he's going to win the pot. And Allen takes over the chip lead, I believe. Or he's close. He definitely overtook Greg on that. As Fred would say, Allen looks back and gives us the Ushka look. I don't know what that means. I think it's like a Fargo thing. But Fred's not from Fargo. He's from California, so I don't know. It's been a long day here at Majestic Star Casino, but the players are still going strong. We started the day with 33 players that came back, played down to the money bubble at 18, and now we're down to 4 players. Winners are going to take home $43,000. Next out, I believe, is 12,000. So big pay jumps as we go here. So Greg under the gun has Queen Jack, and he folds. It's a pretty tight play, but maybe after losing that last hand, he decides to take a break a little bit. So James squeezes the ace-6 of clubs from the button. He raises it up to 90,000. And wow, Allen folds the ace-9 offsuit from the small blind. He was up against the other chip stack, and I think Allen just swore. He says, I wanted that back. He goes, beep, I wanted that back. I think he was hoping that John was going to play that hand and that he could ladder up to the next pay bump, but that could have been a missed opportunity. And we're on to the next hand. We don't know what hand this is. I'm guessing it's about 120 or so, which is well over our 48 from the last event we had here at Majestic Star Casino. James is under the gun, folds the 9 deuce, I believe. Allen's going to look down at King Deuce of spades and call. Nope, actually Allen raises. He raises to 85,000 from the button. Goes fold, fold. And Allen's going to take down that pot. So this is the moment of the night where we could literally play 3 or 4 more hands to get to a champion, or we could play another 3 or 4 more hours. And we didn't book the flights until about noon or 1 tomorrow. With that reason in mind, so we're gonna play down to winner tonight. John's on the button. Takes a look at 8 deuce, gives it up. Greg is in the small blind and folds a 7-4, and James gets the walk. Well, all of my guest commentators, I think, are in bed by now. So, if you want to hit me up on Twitter, my Twitter handle is @AmericasDerek, no apostrophe. Derek is spelled D-E-R-E-K, because that's the best way to spell it. John is under the gun, takes a look at ace-10 of diamonds. And it says nine hands, but we obviously had a reset, so it's 9 hands plus whatever was before. I think it was about 110, so we're at 119. I'm just gonna say 110, that we can keep track. So John goes all in, under the gun with ace-10 of diamonds, and he's gonna pick up the blinds and antes, which are up there. They're up to, blinds and antes are 80,000. It's 2040 with a 5K ante. It's a pretty standard play there from John, under the gun. He doesn't really want to raise and get pushed on. He's pretty much pot committed. Anything he does, he's not going to smooth call and let the blind see a flop. So pushes in, takes down the blinds, and increases his chip stack by about 30%. Greg is probably not going to play the 7 deuce game. He hasn't misstepped yet. James must have gotten cold. He pulls up the hoodie, folds a queen 9. Alan has a 9-4 from the small blind, but he's stacking up chips, and I believe that's a smooth call. Yep, makes the call, and John is looking at a 10-9 offsuit.
Be careful, John. I might check fold.
He said that last time too. It's a pretty good flop for John, opening a straight draw. Nobody's hit a pair yet. John will probably semi-bluff here, take down the pot. We're at hand 121 here at Majestic Star Casino, just outside Chicago in Gary, Indiana. Been here for about 10 days, 10-day series here. We started up with a opening weekend deep stack multi-flight event, $200 buy-in, which our first event here had a prize pool of over $100,000, and this event prize pool of close to $80,000, with lucky winners walking away with over $20,000, which is pretty awesome for a $200 buy-in. Looks like we have a raise from James under the gun with ace-5 of diamonds, and Greg is going to push all in, I believe. Yep, Greg goes all in with king-jack of diamonds. 675,000. So it's about half of James's stack to call with ace no kicker. We'll see what he does. So James is still thinking about this one. It's not a tough decision. He probably thinks he might have the best hand here. It's a lot of chips, so it's a good percentage of his stack. He thinks he can pick a better spot, and he's gonna go ahead and fold. I like the fold there. Checking out Twitter right now. We got why is the audio stream so low from Bob Brady? Sorry. Trying to talk quiet, but I thought the players might be able to hear me, but apparently I'm able to talk louder. So I'm trying to talk a little bit louder. The microphone's also broken. Big shout out to Fred Bevel on that one. All right, so what are the chances? Sean Estes says, what are the chances of having a smaller buy-in with a big guarantee like 200,000? I think for certain markets that'd be great for a multi-flight event. For 200,000, I just mentioned the $200 buy-in where it was a $100,000 prize pool. So theoretically, like a 450 plus 50, 3 or 4 flights would in a bigger market like Chicago or LA, San Diego, Tampa, we could definitely be doing a guarantee. And actually, that's a little inside information right there too. We are probably going to be doing guarantees moving forward, so keep an eye on the website for that. We have it all in here. John, I believe, pushed with 380,000. He was down under 10 big blinds, and Greg calls with the ace-8 offsuit. And even though John's got he's got the worst hand, he's still got 40% to win here. And he flops the stone cold nuts. Oh my gosh. That's a straight, right? Yeah. And now Greg is 4% to win. He's heartbroken. He's not going to be out of the tournament, though. He's still going to have some chips left. You can come 8 ace, 8 something. That's not one of them. That's a 7. Greg asked for 6th Street. He wants 6th Street for a chop. He needs that 9 for a chop. So I'm responding here to Sean Estes about the smaller buy-in with a big guarantee like 200,000. Say I like the idea. Maybe a 450 plus 50.
I'd like the remaining count on Greg if possible.
I think Alan's taking a selfie right here.
Have one for me.
Or is
What do you want from me?
blinds are 20, 40,000. Blinds are up. I believe blinds are up. 25, 50.
What are new blinds?
Yep, blinds are 25,000, 50,000 with a 5,000 ante. So that's going to push the action a little bit. Now the 10 big blinds that the short stacks have It's down to about 7 or 8. We're proud of our structure here at America's Poker Tour. Very slow structure. We include all the fun levels that the players like. The 600, 1200, 6,000, 12,000. And there's 40-minute levels. We do 40-minute levels also on day 2, but that allows us to get down to the final table on Sunday night, not have everybody come back on Monday. Sometimes it ends on hand 48 with Alex Ziskin at about 9 p.m. Sometimes we're on hand 124 at 1 a.m. with 4 players left. So you never know. Looks like James took down that pot. All right, so Michael Allen at 12K volts tweeted, I placed 4th in the event, number 3. Where can I find the full payouts for all the events from Majestic? I am going to post those to the news section or the prelim section of our website. Go to americaspokertour.com, click on news. That's the prelim events. The live updates tab is the main event only. But we'll be posting all those there and sending to Hinden Mob, hopefully within 12 hours. Seems to be the right amount of time. And all the events, including the prelim events, will be sent there as well and posted. All right, so back to the action here. Under the gun, looks like we have a bet of 110,000 with Ace Jack for James. John smooth calls from the small blind with Ace 8 of spades, which I kind of like that play. It's hard to fold that hand, but it's four-handed. So it's very hard to fold. And the only thing you're going to get called by if you raise is something that beats you. So head to the flop and anything can happen. So thanks, Michael Allen, 12K volts, at 12K volts for that question. I'll respond and I'll also post. And the flop comes out ace queen 10 with 2 spades. So as you can see, James does still have the best hand with the jack kicker on top pair. But John's definitely going to get this all in, and it's going to be a coin flip. He's got 13 outs, all the spades, all the 8s. James folded? Wow. And he shows him. It's a big fold. It was almost whoever got it in there first was going to win the pot, or they were going to play a huge pot. And when there's short stacks at the table, it's hard to do that. So if James comes back and wins this thing, he's going to definitely look at that hand as a hand that might have saved his tournament. If he calls and gets sucked out on, that's it for him. Yeah, when you John says, I didn't feel like I was bluffing. Yeah, when you flop top pair and the nut flush draw, you're gonna play that hand. It's a good feeling. Folds around to John on the button. Gives up the 4-3 offsuit. Greg looks down at 5-6 offsuit. And he's going to push. He decides to go all in with 405,000. James looks down at 10-6 and gives it up. It's a great aggressive play by Greg. He's able to pick up about 70,000 in chips.
I told myself before that hand we get king ten, king jack suited. I know you ain't raising me there with king ten. So.
So responded to Michael Allen here, 12K volts. I will be posting all prelim payouts to the news tab. It says new tab. You'll know I mean news tabs, right? The website, and sending to Hand Mob as well. Looks like John took that down. John raised to, I believe it was 110,000. So the standard lead out bet is very interesting. It's 110 when the blinds are 25.50. Nobody really wants to risk too much of their stack to win those blinds. Give a quick shout out to all the people in Tampa, Sarasota, Florida, that we had the pleasure of hanging out with and meeting over the last couple weeks there for the event at Sarasota Kennel Club. We're looking forward to being back in the fall. That event has not been announced yet. We'll be announcing dates shortly. So Max Bucksbaum, it's an awesome name, at Matthew Bucks, says, first, can you crank up Al Cutler's mic? We need more Al. He's a fan of Al. Alan Cutler's my favorite Alan too. Great dinner stories. I have a dinner story from my least favorite Alan. Max Bucksbaum again. Can you imagine going on a Cancun poker trip with Alan Cutler? Well, I hope he does. I hope he takes the money, wins here. It's at the minimum going to be 12,000, if not 43,000 for first, and reserves his spot on the Poker Dream Vacation. Just go to americaspokertour.com, click on events. Select the Barcelo Group Cancun, Mexico trip, and reserve right there. Space is limited to 200 people, 200 players, I guess, 200 players, but players can bring their significant others for a discounted fee as well, because if the players are not playing in the event, it's a little bit less because the buy-in is included in your poker vacation. It's a good reason to kind of have an all-inclusive Mexico poker vacation, but also be able to, gamble a little bit and be invited to the exclusive parties. Thanks to Village Travel and Cruise here in Chicago for partnering with us on that. Should be a fun time. All right, back to the action here. Under the gun, Alan's down at Ace Queen. Oh, we were just tweeting about Alan, and now this happens. John wakes up on the button with Ace King, and Alan's going to be dominated. He's not going to be able to get away from this. Folds around to Alan. I assume he's going to push. Yep, John raised all in. He's asking for a count. He knows he's covered. If he gets away from this, he's going to win the tournament. It's such a tough spot. I would never be able to fold this, but he's thinking about it.
I really don't understand the mentality of such a big race.
Wow, he's going to talk himself through, and he's stacking it up. Yep. And he pushes all in, and wow, 2 of the big chip stacks get it all in. Ace King versus Ace Queen. We got a percentage of 86-14, which means I believe a queen must have gotten folded too, because it should be a little bit higher. 2 queens got folded. Oh wow! So there's only 1 queen left in the deck, or looking for a straight draw, and it comes Jack 6 deuce. As you can see at the top there, Alan has 1 queen left in the deck. Otherwise, he's going to be our 3rd place finisher. The turn is a 10. Oh, and that actually opens up. It opens it up 2 extra outs. He's got. They don't know it yet. The other players do, that the queens were dead, but he's got now a king. And it's the 9 of diamonds, and Alan is going to be our 3rd place or 4th place finisher. Playing a great tournament and walking away with, I believe, $12,142. I think I put the curse on him by tweeting. That's too bad. And he said it's a terrible play. No, he's laughing. He's still in good spirits. Says thanks to Luis, to Roz. Put on a great tournament here. Let's make sure they get the button right on this one. Do you know what it is?
It should be on Greg.
Okay, if it's not, run out there. Do it right. A little button dispute. We know it back here. It's button's gonna be on Greg. I think they got it right. You're gonna go tell him?
So there's no possible way that the button's there. It was on you.
It could have been my button. You guys are the blinds. He opens, and I should.
So our guy's gonna run back or run out there and let him know. Yep. Thanks, Adam. Adam runs out there, sets him straight, and we're back to the action. That's one thing we like to do here at America's Poker Tour as well. We know we're producing a TV show and filming and trying to capture great moments, but these players are playing for a lot of money, and we like to keep the action rolling for them. They don't want to sit around and wait for interviews and technical delays. We do our best to keep everything up and running, but that was a good example right there. We just figured it out, kept it going. It's just like Greg pushed from the button that they didn't know if he had, and takes down the pot. Blinds are still 25.50. Ante of 5,000. Hand number 132. I'm trying to think back to the record number of hands I've been through at a final table. We still got a long ways to go for that to happen. Thinking about 170, 180. But that was a good 3, 4, 5 a.m. morning, and our very talented crew still is going to tear down all the production equipment and load it up in the truck to move on to our next event. So it looks like John in the small blind raises with ace-9, and Greg is in the big blind. He's going to look down at ace-deuce and give it up. John takes down the pot. So we're on to the next hand here. Those graphics reset. Yep. Blinds are 25-50, 5K ante. John is on the button. He's going to fold. Action is on Greg. And Greg says all in, I believe. Yep, Greg goes all in with King 8 offsuit. James looks down at King 4. A little bit too much and gives it up. So Greg's going to take that pot. So I got to respond here to Matt Bucksbaum. That's a tongue twister. Because we started talking about it and then Alan went out, so I'm going to say, he says, can you imagine going on a Cancun poker trip with Alan Cutler? I'm going to tell him the story of how I started, and then 30 minutes later he's going to hear it. Alright, so button is Greg. He looks down at 8-6, gives it up. James is in the small blind with King Jack offsuit, and he's going to decides to go all in. John has him covered. John's a chip leader with 2.1 million. And John has ace deuce. Tough spot. Greg wanted him to call. Try to ladder up the chip leader, or the payouts here. I'm at Just Star Casino. Let me grab the payouts again real quick. Payouts are, the next person is going to be 16,500 for third, and then all the way up to 27,200 for second. So playing for a good bit of money there. And first place, of course, is walking away with $43,700. Good return on the $1,100 buy-in, or $1,100 plus 10, if you understand what a dealer add-on is. Had to educate some people today on that. With that said, I want to thank the staff here again at Majestic Star Casino, and also Luis and his team. They did amazing. Just great job all around. So John's going to push all in here with ace-9. And he's basically saying, pushing Greg all in. So Greg gives up the big blind and preserves his stack of 410,000 now. So I just realized that I'm going to respond to Matt here. I'm going to say I started talking about him as an Alan Cutler, and he busted, but then he's not going to see the live stream for about 30 minutes, so I don't want to give up. I'm not going to send it yet because I don't want to give away what happened, so I got to send it in about 30 minutes. John is on the button. He's got the ace-jack suited. Wow, ace-jack of clubs. Really strong hand, three-handed. He's going to raise it up to 135,000. Greg folds, and James is going to fold. I'd like to thank everybody that had nice comments today. I saw some not so nice comments. This is my first time in the broadcast booth. Usually we have our host Fred Bevel, who is a true professional, background in radio, and also was on Saved by the Bell. Has done some acting, and he's a stand-up comedian as well. Check out his Facebook page. Just Google or search for Fred Bevel, Bevill. He does a lot of stand-up comedy on cruise ships these days as well, in addition to being our host. So on the button, Greg picks up King 3 offsuit. and pushes all in. Now John looks down in the big blind. Ooh, and gives up the king 6. He had him covered and he had the best hand, but he didn't want to put the chips in to find out. A lot of position raising going on right now, so it's tough to tell. I'm sure if you're playing, it's tough to tell who has what and who's just trying to pick up the blinds and antes. The blinds are 25.50, ante 5K. So each pot has a dead 90,000 in it, which is a good percentage of the chips in play. James folds the button. Go to John in the small blind. Looks down at 7-5 spades. I believe he put out a raise up. He's going to raise it up. John raised, right? Oh, John just calls, I guess, with 7-5. And Greg goes all in with 10-7. He must have known that he had the 7-5 crushed. Goes all in, takes down the pot. We are on hand 139 here at Majestic Star Casino, final table. So for those of you who have just joined us now, maybe getting off work, this video will be saved on our YouTube channel. We've done a number of live streams. We've used Twitch before. We'll probably use them again. But this one will be on YouTube. Just check out America's Poker Tour and our videos on that channel. Uh-oh, here we go. So it's 5s for Greg, 8s for James. I don't know the action, but they got it all in. And Greg is dejected. He sees that he's a huge dog to stay alive in this tournament. He was hoping for at least to be a flip, to double up and get back into this match. But he's going to be looking for one of the last 2 5s. Out comes Jack, Jack 3. Percentages fall from 20 to 8. So there's a 9, and the river card needs to be a 5, otherwise Greg will be our 3rd place finisher. And it's a deuce of clubs, and that's going to end it for Greg. Looks like James is going to add another million to his stack, so it's going to be a pretty close heads-up match here. As far as chips, we'll probably reset and get chip counts for everybody. But congratulations to Greg. Greg Baird came into the final table in top 3 in chips, I believe, top 2. Actually, as a chip leader. He came in as a chip leader, just barely, against John, and ends up walking away with 3rd. Will be a great time. Greg's 3rd place finish is going to get him $16,513. So I think we're taking a quick break. I'm assuming you know what video you're about to see. Enjoy.
Poker players Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour has teamed up with Village Cruise and Travel to put on a dream vacation and 4-day tourney at Barcelo Riviera Maya in Cancun, Mexico. The $500 main buy-in includes the 4-day Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour has teamed up with Village Cruise and Travel to put on a dream vacation and 4-day tourney at Barcelo Riviera Maya in Cancun, Mexico. The $500 main buy-in included in the 4 Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour has teamed up with Village Cruise and Travel to put on a dream vacation and 4-day tourney at Barcelo Riviera Maya in Cancun, Mexico. The $500 main buy-in included in the 4-day Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour has teamed up with Village Cruise and Travel to put on a dream vacation and 4-day tourney at Barcelo Riviera Maya in Cancun, Mexico. The $500 main Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour has teamed up with Village Cruise and Travel to put on a dream vacation and 4-day tourney at Barcelo Riviera Maya in Cancun, Mexico. The $500 main buy-in includes Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour has teamed up with Village Cruise and Travel to put on a dream vacation and 4-day tourney at Barcelo Riviera Maya in Cancun, Mexico. The $500 main Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour has teamed up with Village Cruise and Travel to put on a dream vacation and 4-day tourney at Barcelo Riviera Maya in Cancun, Mexico. The $500 main buy-in includes Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour has teamed up with Village Cruise and Travel to put on a dream vacation and 4-day tourney at Barcelo Riviera Maya in Cancun, Mexico. The $500 main event buy-in and get the 4-day Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour has teamed up with Village Cruise and Travel to put on a dream vacation and 4-day tourney at Barcelo Riviera Maya in Cancun, Mexico. The $500 main buy-in included in the package. Ticket to 4 days of Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour has teamed
Sorry about that. It was a raise and a fold. Not sure which way, but it doesn't change much. We are heading to hand number 141. Chip counts are, wow, stack of 2 million to 1.3. Blinds are 25.50, I believe, still. 5K ante. So over 20 big blinds for each player. Basically 21 and 40 big blinds. So they're pretty deep here. Flop is 9-8-3. Actually, 2 hearts. 9-8-3, 2 hearts. James with the Queen 8 is in the lead. James checks, and John fires out a bet of 130,000 with a gutter ball straight draw. So 6 would make him a straight. And James feels like he has the best hand here. He's going to go ahead and raise him to 300,000. It's a correct raise. I bet John's thinking he wishes he would have checked that flop. Got a free draw, and he says all in. He goes all in. Wow, he was all in. He would have to hit the 6 to win. But it's such a strong play. All James has is middle pair. He's got a good kicker, but might put John on a 9 or even a 10 jack. Would be a pretty strong hand to fade a lot of outs with a Queen 8. And these are the 2 guys that we said were going to probably make the final 2. Corey Hockman and I picked these 2. I picked John, and Corey picked James, and James folds. John's going to stack his chips, and that was the power of the big stack there. He is the John is leveraging those chips to is basically the only person that can knock somebody out at the final table right now, because he has more chips than James. But it's far from over. James has 865,000 to the 2.5 million of John. So John's has about 2.6, 2.7. Race times 2.6, 2.7. But one double up and be about even. Hand number 143. That might not be exact. It's pretty close, though. This is hand 33. But that's since we reset. John's going to raise it up on the button, which is the small blind heads up. Wow, and James wakes up with ace-10 and pushes. And John has to let it go. So James going to take down that pot. Get up close to $1 million. Not $1 million, but 1 million chips. I bet you it'd be nice if they were dollars, just cash out. So if anybody has ideas for events, for side events, if you have a side event idea and you're trying to format it in your brain, feel free to reach out. We're always up for suggestions on how to make the player experience better. We want this tour to be fun. Play for a lot of money, but have fun while you're doing it. If you're not having fun at the poker table, you're doing it wrong, in my opinion. So feel free to shoot me an email with that. That's Derek at americaspokertour.com. Derek is spelled D-E-R-E-K. The correct way to spell it, I think it's my new motto, the correct way to spell it. Or check us out on Twitter, America's Poker TV, or my Twitter is America's Derek, again spelled correctly. John is a button. He's gonna have a 6-5, and he's gonna call. James with 9-3 of clubs. Wow, and this is an action flop right here. James has 9-3 of clubs, and the flop is 10-4-3 with 2 clubs. So John has an open-ended straight draw. For deuce or 7 gives him the straight, and he has 2 overs. James has the best hand right now with a pair of 3s, and he has the flush redraw. So even if John hit the straight, it can't be the deuce or 7 of clubs, and he'd have to fade a club on each straight. So it's a bet. There's a raise to 200,000. So it's a bet to 65 by John, raise to 200,000 by James. And John calls, and now it's going to be on James first in the big blind. And James checks. So 4 spades doesn't do anything. John, oh wow, John checks back. And now James is going to check, but I think he's going to call pretty much anything John throws at him here, because if John bets, he's got to be representing the 10 or the 4 or some sort of mid pair, 5, 6, 7s, 8s. And he bets. Where do you bet? And James instant calls. He's calling anything there. So bet at 225,000, and James instant calls. And wow, we have a match again. We have a game again. James is up to 1.4 million. John's at 2. He's back to where we started this heads-up match. It's 125 here. Majestic Star Casino, Gary, Indiana, right outside Chicago. Quick 30-minute drive. I can make it in about 22. I'm holding the microphone right now. Speaking of broken microphones, shout out to Fred Bevel. That's not funny. I'll stop razzing on you, Fred. We miss you. Fred was unable to make this trip, but he will be doing the post-production, the commentary, when we start editing the show. And I'm sure we'll see Fred out at the next America's Poker Tour event. That was a start. Not right now.
No, not right now.
All right, so
Just
So John started this heads-up match with 2.14 million, and James started it with 1.265 million. So we're pretty much right on pace with where we started, and again, 40 big blinds to about 20, 21 and a half big blinds, or 26 big blinds actually, 26 to 40 big blinds, and we could be in for a long night. But as Alex Ziskin would know, it only takes one hand. Flop is queen 9-3, 2 spades. James checks his top pair, and he hits another queen, but this does put out 3 spades. So he's not going to check now. He does want to get another spade to get there. I think he bets 175,000. John's probably going to lay it down. Yep, John lays it down. And James adds some more chips to his stack. Go back on Twitter here. Someone responded. It's been probably been about half an hour, right, since we got the bus out. So I'll respond to Max Bucksbaum. I still can't say that. It's tough. He's the one who asked me if I can imagine going on the Cancun poker trip that we're gonna be doing in September with Alan Cutler, our 3rd place finisher. And as soon as we started talking about him, he busted. So I responded. I started talking about him, and he busted. Crying emoji. Wow, so James led out. John pushes all in with the ace-jack. Did not want to see a flop. Just wanted to scoop up that money in the middle. John wins that pot. So Matt Bucksbaum got the name that time. Also said got the Corona ready after partying Al Cutler's suite. So they're probably in there right now, celebrating the 3rd place finish. That was in reference to our sponsor of Corona Extra for our Sarasota event. They were nice enough to sponsor our event there at the Sarasota Kennel Club and One Eye Jack's Poker Room, where John Racner from Tampa actually took it down. I believe that last hand was a misdeal. Not sure. So we had a call from James and a check from John. Flop is queen 8 deuce rainbow. We don't know hole cards here, so we're gonna guess. Blinds are up. Blinds are up 30,000, 60,000 with a 5K ante. So 100,000 in every pot before the cards are even dealt. This is hand number 149. Officially triple what our last final table hand count was here at Majestic Star Casino back in November when Alex Ziskin basically steamrolled the table. He knew he was going to win. I think he would have won if he had a joker and an instruction card. He would have found a way to hit it. Switch out dealers, and we're on to the next hand here.
I missed the one, so I just have to go with gold.
So John's got the king 3 offsuit from the small blind, which is also the button. Or I take that back. Yeah. Yep. It's a small blind is the button. So he's first to act pre-flop and then second to act after the flop. It's a little bit different heads up. But he raises up to 140,000, and James is going to call with queen 8 of clubs. The flop is 8-7-6, all hearts. John's got the only heart out there, but neither player can really like this flop. I guess the queen 8 has top pair, decent kicker, very connected, and all hearts. So John's going to keep the pressure on and bet out 155,000, I believe. Yep. And James makes a call. We're going to go to the turn. All right, so the turn is a 9 of hearts, which makes John the best hand. And there is some chop outs. Any heart higher than, or 4 or higher, there's one of them. That is going to be a chop pot unless somebody can bet and take this pot down. And there's 600,000 in the pot here. And then this, if someone can find the courage to fire, and actually James does, he puts out a bet. And John is thinking, if he had a heart, why wouldn't he bet the turn? But I guess, oh, he calls, and they both play the board. That's actually a really good call from John there. Draws a laugh from the crowd.
I have the 3 of hearts, doesn't play though. 6 hearts. I could have bet it on the turn. Nice effort. I think the calls it beats me, yeah. Fuck yeah. Forward.
All right, we're on to the next hand here. Blinds are 30,000, 60,000, 5K ante. It says hand 42 at the top. Let's add 110 to that because that's when we had a reset. So 152 is the number of hands we've played so far here at today's final table. James has the 5-4 of hearts from the small blind. Makes it 150,000, and John looks down at ace 10. He announces raise. So John's going to repop it to 325,000 with the ace 10 offsuit. And wow, James is going to make this call. James goes ahead and calls the extra 175, and this is a pretty good sized pot already. 660,000 in the pot, and the flop is Queen 7-3 rainbow. This is a interesting flop because it gives James a gutter ball. A 6 would make him a straight, but John blocks him. He just pushes all in. There's nothing nothing James can do but fold there. Good play by John. He picks up that pot. I think I said Alan had a third place finish, but he's actually our fourth place finisher. Still a great payday. Nice guy too. Got to talk to him on the break a little bit, and saw him and Stan Jablonski telling a few jokes. So it's always good to see people enjoying themselves at the poker table. John calls from the small blind. James checks his option, and we're going to the flop. It is Jack 7-6, 2 spades. Could be an action flop. James has got bottom pair, and John has middle pair and the flush draw. So he's in really good shape. James does not know that yet. John leads out, and James just insta folds there. It's a really good read. I think I would have probably played one more street just to see if my 6 was good, but that is why James is at the final table of America's Poker Tour, and I am in the commentary booth. John yawns. There's no yawning at the poker table. That should be a rule. You have to pay a penalty on that. Players are getting a little sleepy here at the final table. It's been a long day. It's 1:40 in the morning. John pushes all in with pocket 5s, and James is going to let it go. On to the next hand. All right, blinds are 30,000, 60,000, 5K ante. John is first to act in the small blind. Looks down, he's got Jack 10 offsuit. Looks like he put out a raise to 130,000, and James lets the 6 deuce go. James can be in the small blind this time. He looks down. He's got Queen Jack of clubs. Pretty good hand heads up. I'm sure he's going to raise. He bumps it up to 140,000. And John looks down. He's got Jack 10 of hearts. This could be an action hand. Little does John know that James has him dominated, but the Jack 10 of hearts looks really good. Heads up. And he didn't get crazy with it. He just calls. So that could have saved him some money, but we'll see how the flop comes out. So the flop is ace 6 deuce with 2 clubs. So James picks up a club draw. I don't think he's going anywhere. John is hitting nothing, but we've seen him capable of pushing all in, and James bets 175,000, and John quickly lets it go. James takes down that pot. If you hear any crunching or chewing, we decided to have a couple snacks back here in the production area. Might be the first meal of the day for some people. But we're back at the action. It's 30-60 blinds, 5K ante. John is first act, and he's got ace-10 of diamonds. And he raises to 140,000, and James lets it go. James's first act. In the small blind here, looks down, he's got Queen 5 of hearts. James is going to bump it up. He makes it 160,000. John has the King 3 of diamonds. The King High is not that bad of a hand, heads up. Tough to play, but these two are really good players, and they're both going to go to a flop here. The flop is ace-3 deuce, rainbow, and John has hit a pair of threes. James does pick up a 4 for a straight. Gutter ball straight draw. And James is going to lead out. John checks and James bets. And John pushes all in. And James quickly has to let it go. And wow, that was a pretty big pot. We're on to the next hand here, hand number 159. John has a 7-5 and just gives it up. Gives it up from the small blind. Didn't feel like playing that hand. James's first act. He announces all in. We have his chip stack at 555,000, so an all in would be he's all in for 585, and wow, John folds at 8-7. He had him beat, but it's hard to call right there. Figured he can find a better spot. John makes a call from the small blind with Queen 8 offsuit. James has the 7-6 offsuit, and we're going to go to the flop. Flop is King 8-3. John has middle pair. Pretty good kicker. He's going to lead out. James is going to fold, and John wins the pot. James announces all in. He has a King 6 offsuit. John looks down. He's got 8-7 offsuit and gives it up. The chatter at the table has definitely gone down since we lost Allen in 4th place. I don't think the players have talked shop at all. John's gonna go ahead and raise it up to 130,000 with a 9 deuce of hearts. James has ace-3 offsuit. Asked for how much the bet was, and looks like he makes a call. So James makes a call. We're going to see a flop. Flop is 8-7-5, 2 diamonds. James still has the best hand, but John picked up a 6 for a straight draw, I believe. Yep. So now James checks and John checks. Going to the river, and it's another dime, so 4 diamonds on the board. James's ace high is good. He's going to check, and John could probably steal this pot if he puts out a bet. And that's what he does. He bets out 175, and James insta-folds. So James, first act in the small blind with Jack-7, and he folds. He gives up his small blind. His chip stack is dwindling. It's down to 485,000. That is about 7. It's about 8 big blinds. He's dominated 6-1 in chips. But one double up gets him close to 20 big blinds, which is playing room. John folds his small blind. They're just passing back chips and forth, passing back and forth. On to the next hand. Hand number 166. Once again, check out our website, americaspokertour.com, for a full list of events. We're always adding new events as we get them scheduled, so keep an eye on that for some announcements coming up soon. And if you have a casino that you play at, a card room that you'd like America's Poker Tour to visit, please let your poker manager know that you'd like to see America's Poker Tour at your location. That was the third small blind fold in a row. I'm thinking John's not going to do that this time. I think he's going to start putting the pressure on the small stack and try to close this thing out. And just as predicted, John pushes a raise in of to 130,000 with 7-5 of diamonds and takes down the pot. James looks down. He's got King Jack offsuit. I'm assuming he's going to push here. Yep, goes all in. Oh, and John has King 10. Pretty good hand. He's probably going to call, and he's going to be dominated. But he'll have a chance to knock out James and become the champion here at Majestic Star Casino. Maybe he'll get away from this one. He calls, yep. It's pretty standard play. He doesn't like what he sees as James turns over the King Jack. But to the flop we go. John has James covered. So James is at risk here. Needs his King Jack to hold strong. 72% chance to win. We'll go to the flop. Flop is 9-6-5. Doesn't change anything. John's still looking for a 10. So, King of Diamonds on the turn. Both players have top pair. James's Jack still plays. John's looking for a 10 on the river to win this thing. And it's the Ace of Hearts, and James is going to get a full double up. So that was the double up James was looking for. Now he can start to play a little bit. He's got about 13 big blinds. He's still dominated probably 3-1 in chips, but it's a little bit more of a match now. One more double up and he's got the chip lead. I don't think these are the right hands. The hands
Hold up 1 second.
locked up. We had a fold from John in the small blind.
I had a flop card not register.
So just go put a card out there.
Waiting for the river.
Yeah, just go put a card out there. Any card.
I'm gonna have him see.
Fixing one thing real quick here. Then we'll be back up and rolling. Yeah, we're gonna keep rolling through here. It's almost 2 a.m. here in Chicago, so we're gonna keep playing forward. We don't have the whole cards right now, but we will have it up soon. We have a great team on the technical side, and look, already guys has it up. That's perfect.
Sorry, what was the raise again?
So James raised to 150,000. John calls with a 9-5 of clubs, and wow, look at this. The flop is 7-6-3 of clubs, and John has the flush. It goes check check, and it's a 4 spades, and it goes check check. And James still has not hit a pair. I think John has to bet this out. He checked the flop, checked the turn. Wow, he bets out 150,000 and James lays it down. He could not induce any action by those. James thinks that he got bluffed. John raises to 140,000 with a king 8 offsuit. James squeezes and he's got the 5 deuce of hearts. Gives it up. And we are on hand 171 of tonight's final table. Blinds are 30,000, 60,000, 5K ante. James has the 3 deuce of clubs and calls from the small blind. John has queen 8, checks his option, and we're going to a flop. Flop is jack 9-9. John has a gutter ball for a straight. 10 will make him straight. Is a 4 of clubs. So James has the nut low, but it looks like he's going to bet here. John might call this. It's a small bet. He's got a gutter ball straight. 10 would make him a straight, and I think he would think a queen is good for him too. It is a 3 of diamonds, and actually James picks up the best hand. I'll probably go check, check, yeah, and because now James has showdown value with his pair of threes. And he kind of laughs because he got away with one. But I have a feeling he would have bet the river if he didn't hit, and might have won that pot. Thank you. All right. Small blind is John. He's got the king 7 offsuit. He calls the 60,000. And James checks with the 8 deuce of diamonds. Going to the flop. Flop is ace, king, queen. 2 clubs. John picks up a pair of kings and bets out. Actually, James checks first, and then John bets his pair and takes it down. The later the night goes, the more James leans over. He's trying to take a nap in between hands. James in the small blind, his first act. He has king 3, and king 3 heads up is a pretty strong hand. Any ace or king heads up is usually the best hand, but he gives it up, and he would have had it. John was a player, remember before, that supposedly doesn't play Hold'em. He plays Pot Limit Omaha, but somehow found himself in a no limit Hold'em tournament, and it's heads up with the chip lead for the championship. John's first act on the button. On the in the small blind, and he has king 10 offsuit. He's going to raise it up to 130,000. And James likes those suited connectors. He's got 4 deuce of clubs, and he calls. We're going to see a flop. Flop comes queen, jack 6, rainbow. John has an open-ended straight draw, and the best hand still. 1 club on the board, and 2 unders for James. Bet of 160,000 from John, and James folds. We are on hand 175. Tonight's final table here at Majestic Star Casino, right outside of Chicago in Gary, Indiana. Quick little drive from downtown Chicago. Only takes about 40 minutes to get to Midway, or 2 hours and 40 minutes, depending on traffic. James calls from the small blind, and John has checked down. We don't know James' hand. This is interesting because this is an action flop. We have a 10-9-4 with 2 diamonds. John's not going anywhere. He's got a pair and a flush draw and an overcard. But James leads out with 70. I can see James having something like 10 queen or jack 10. John's going to put out the raise. And yep. James pushes all in. John insta calls and wow. We don't know what. Oh wow, he's got a different straight. Oh, jack of diamonds, 6 of diamonds. So he's looking. He's got a lowers flush on. He's looking for a jack. Basically, he's got 3 jacks, and he has to fade the redraw of diamonds for John. It's a 10, and actually, a 9 would give him a chop. Nope, I take that back, and that's gonna be a jack. Is the only out he has. There's a 3 diamonds. They both make flush, but John has a king high flush and takes it down. So James Snyder coming into the final table with 170,000, ends up walking away. He was actually the short. He was the very short stack going into the final table. 9th in chips out of 9. Fights his way back. Gets heads up. And ends up taking home 2nd for a payday of $27,200 for James. And congratulations to John Schrey. Came into tonight's final table 2nd in chips and ended up taking it down, winning $43,713. And also, in addition to that, he wins the $3,000 championship prize package, which includes a cruise for 2 to an 11-day cruise on Card Player Cruises Southern Caribbean America's Poker Tour cruise. Check out the website for more information on that, www.americaspokertour.com. And he also wins the Beats by Dre custom headphones. So great job to John. We're going to go take some photos with him and get these guys paid. It's been a long night. Check us out on Twitter. America's Derek, D-E-R-E-K, spelled the right way. And America's Poker TV. Hit us up on Facebook. And check out the website. Keep an eye on the events page for a lot of upcoming announcements over the next few weeks. And we'll see you back here soon at Majestic Star Casino in the future. Thank you.
Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation. Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour has teamed up with Village Cruise and Travel to put on a dream vacation and 4-day tourney at Barcelo Riviera Maya in Cancun, Mexico. The $500 main event buy-in included in the package cost is your ticket to 4 days of sun, fun, Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour has teamed up with Village Cruise and Travel to put on a dream vacation and 4-day tourney at Barcelo Riviera Maya in Cancun, Mexico. The $500 main event buy-in included in the package Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour has teamed up with Village Cruise and Travel to put on a dream vacation and 4-day tourney at Barcelo Riviera Maya in Cancun, Mexico. The $500 main event buy-in Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour has teamed up with Village Cruise and Travel to put on a dream vacation and 4-day tourney at Barcelo Riviera Maya in Cancun, Mexico. The $500 main event buy-in Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour has teamed up with Village Cruise and Travel to put on a dream vacation and 4-day tourney at Barcelo Riviera Maya in Cancun, Mexico. The $500 main event buy-in Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour has teamed up with Village Cruise and Travel to put on a dream vacation and 4-day tourney at Barcelo Riviera Maya in Cancun, Mexico. The $500 main event buy-in Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour has teamed up with Village Cruise and Travel to put on a dream vacation and 4-day tourney at Barcelo Riviera Maya in Cancun, Mexico. The $500 main event buy-in Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour has teamed up with Village Cruise and Travel to put on a dream vacation and 4-day tourney at Barcelo Riviera Maya in Cancun. Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour has teamed up with Village Cruise and Travel to put on a dream vacation and 4-day tourney at Barcelo Riviera Maya in Cancun, Mexico. The $500 main event buy-in Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour has teamed up with Village Cruise and Travel to put on a dream vacation and 4-day tourney at Barcelo Riviera Maya in Cancun, Mexico. The $500 main event Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour has teamed up with Village Cruise and Travel to put on a dream vacation and 4-day tourney at Barcelo Riviera Maya in Cancun, Mexico. The $500 main event buy-in includes Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour has teamed up with Village Cruise and Travel to put on a dream vacation and 4-day tourney at Barcelo Riviera Maya in Cancun, Mexico. The $500 main Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour has teamed up with Village Cruise and Travel to put on a dream vacation and 4-day tourney at Barcelo Riviera Maya in Cancun, Mexico. The $500 main event buy-in includes Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour has teamed up with Village Cruise and Travel to put on a dream vacation and 4-day tourney at Barcelo Riviera Maya in Cancun, Mexico. The $500 main event buy-in includes Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour has teamed up with Village Cruise and Travel to put on a dream vacation and 4-day tourney at Barcelo Riviera Maya in Cancun, Mexico. The $500 main event buy-in Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour has teamed up with Village Cruise and Travel to put on a dream vacation and 4-day tourney at Barcelo Riviera Maya in Cancun, Mexico. The $500 main event Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour has teamed up with Village Cruise and Travel to put on a dream vacation and 4-day tourney at Barcelo Riviera Maya in Cancun, Mexico. The $500 main event buy-in Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour has teamed up with Village Cruise and Travel to put on a dream vacation and 4-day tourney at Barcelo Riviera Maya in Cancun, Mexico. The $500 main event buy-in Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour has teamed up with Village Cruise and Travel to put on a dream vacation and 4-day tourney at Barcelo Riviera Maya in Cancun, Mexico. The $500 main event Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour has teamed up with Village Cruise and Travel to put on a dream vacation and 4-day tourney at Barcelo Riviera Maya in Cancun, Mexico. The $500 main event buy-in included in the package. Poker players, get ready for the ultimate poker vacation this September. America's Poker Tour has teamed up with Village Cruise and Travel to put on a dream vacation and 4-day tourney at Barcelo Riviera Maya in Cancun, Mexico. The $500 main event buy-in included in the package cost